Royals baseball from Kauffman Stadium today, and it's a special day every year as the Royals salute the Negro Leagues. Today the Royals will be wearing the uniforms of the Kansas City Monarchs, and the Atlanta Braves the uniforms of the Atlanta Black Crackers. Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And not just the tradition of remembering the Negro Leagues, honoring the Negro Leagues, but also dressed to the nines. So how are you dressed today for this Kansas City celebration? The Royals are not only wearing the uniforms, but Drew Butera has the giveaway fedora on. The Royals and the Braves play the deciding game of the three-game series. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the ballpark with Royals Hall of Famer Jeff Montgomery. I'm Ryan Lefevre. This is a celebration all throughout baseball. It's not necessarily today, but I think just about every team in Major League Baseball at some point will have a salute to the Negro Leagues, but only one city has a Negro Leagues baseball museum.
And right, Ryan, we have so much to be thankful for here in Kansas City, and the Royals, one of the first teams in history to ever have the tribute to the Negro Leagues. So fitting to be here in Kansas City. Some
of the great names that have played for the Monarchs who went on to success in the Major Leagues: Satchel Paige, Jackie Robinson, Hilton Smith, Mr. Cub, Ernie Banks for a time was a member of the Kansas City Monarchs. And it's also an important game today for the Royals and the Braves. The Braves have only won one series all year, so they're hoping to make that two. The Royals have lost 5 consecutive series. They want to put that streak to an end today. And Monty and I will be talking about today's starting pitcher, Danny Duffy, when we come back.
much more reliant on his fastball. His fastball is coming out of his hand in a great fashion. Upper 90s now with his fastball. So I think that's what he's going to lean on. When he needs to make the adjustments, he's still got the off pitches that he can go to when he needs to. But right now, make the hitters make you change.
And Ned Yost is hoping that he'll set the tone at least today. He's probably only going to go somewhere between 40 and 50 pitches, and the Royals need a win today for a series win over the Braves. We'll talk about their recent struggles when we come back. I'm glad we're showing. Monty, I'm glad we're showing those banners right there, because those players, this team over the past few years has had a low every season leading up to winning the World Championship, and they have a history of bouncing back, and the low is happening right now.
Yeah, it really is. And Ryan, every season, every team goes through that. You just don't know how long it's going to last. You want it to get over. The fans want to get it over. The team wants to get it over as soon as possible. We'll see if that can happen today.
We'll see if it happens today. And then after today with this series with the Braves, the Boston Red Sox will be in town. And it could be the last time that David Ortiz visits Kansas City. Schools across The Royals wrap up a series with the Braves. The Boston Red Sox will be here tomorrow night.
It's a 2-2. Swing and a high drive to deep right center field. David Ortiz has done it again.
And how many times has David Ortiz done it? The 40-year-old in his last major league season, our T-Mobile greater coverage of baseball. David Ortiz yesterday becoming the third player in major league history with 500 home runs and 600 doubles. His team is in second place. We'll get to that in a moment. Jake Arrieta of the Cubs, man, no-hitter last year, no-hitter this year, Cy Young Award winner. He's won 18 consecutive decisions. And the Red Sox are in second place because the Baltimore Orioles have won 7 in a row. They lead the American League East. At Kauffman Stadium today, we're hoping for more Gatorade as the Royals go for a series win with the Braves. The first pitch is next. Hardly any wind at all. Bright sunshine. Royals are on the field. Salute to the Negro Leagues. Also a family fun day Sunday, and the thrill of a lifetime for kids to take the field with the Royals. The Blue Springs South High School Junior ROTC is presenting the colors. There are the uniforms of the Atlanta Black Crackers, which began in 1919, and of course the Royals will be wearing the uniforms of the great Kansas City Monarchs. So to make you feel a little closer to the ballpark today, we are going to include the national anthem. This is Lonnie McFadden. How about that, man? I'm out of breath up here in the booth. Lonnie McFadden.
Lonnie may need a breather after that one.
Oh man. In fact, he did right in the middle of it. Before he got to the final chords of the Star-Spangled Banner, he had to pause for a moment to catch his breath. And now he goes running off the field over toward the Royals dugout. That was great. And he's got his giveaway Monarchs fedora, greeted by Bob Kendrick of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. He joined Joel and Monty during Hy-Vee Royals Live, and he'll be joining us during the game today. Well, it's been a great spring in Kansas City. It just continues. 64 degrees. The winds are calm and mostly sunny. There is some rain headed toward Kansas City, but boy, it's just been a beautiful spring. Great day today. Big crowd, and you can see all the white sprinkled throughout the stadium with the Monarch fedoras. On a great tradition for the Royals and Kansas City. Salute to the Negro Leagues. Well, a few days ago, the Royals had to put 2 players on the disabled list, 2 pitchers on the same day, Chris Young and Chris Medlin. Dylan G filled in for Chris Young last night, and now Danny Duffy, our most trusted player, brought to you by Honda, filling in for Chris Medlin.
Yeah, and Danny Duffy, his success against the National League is very apparent there. 3-2 record with a 2.05 like that. Very difficult for lefties to get the ball elevated with anything on it against Danny Duffy. He's very, very solid against lefties. I've seen him this year against righties and lefties being very solid, so that's a good thing for Danny.
Facing a Braves lineup who scored 1 run in the game on Friday night, but then scored 5 runs on 11 hits last night. And even with that, still last in the major leagues in home runs and in slugging percentage. Our umpiring crew, that's Greg Gibson, the second base umpire. He's the crew chief. And Mike Estabrook will be back at the plate today for Danny Duffy and Matt Whistler. And Duffy, Monty just predicted that he would stay with his reliever's mentality, and that extends to him pitching out of the stretch with nobody on base.
Exactly, pitching out of the stretch, and we saw him coming in from the bullpen earlier. He was running in like he was coming in from a game. Oftentimes the starters will walk in.
And a fastball at 97 greets Nick Markakis. Markakis is 0 for 7 in the series. He has reached with a couple of walks. Duffy back with the fastball, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. The Royals said when Danny went to the bullpen at a spring training, Monty, that they just wanted him to embrace that. Don't think that this is temporary. Don't figure that you have to stay stretched out as a starter. Base at right field for Markakis. So the Braves had the leadoff man on. Doesn't mean he won't be a starter eventually, but they just really wanted him to have one mindset, and that is to be a reliever.
Well, he certainly has responded well to the opportunity, not just this year, but other years as a relief pitcher. I think long term for Danny and for the Royals organization, to me, it would be great if he were able to become a starter and be a consistent starter. A guy can go out there and give you 30+ starts on the season and be very effective.
That brings up Gordon Beckham. And he sees a fastball at 96. He was not able to stop his swing. Beckham is 3 out of 8 in the series. And he saw quite a bit of Danny Duffy when Beckham was playing for the White Sox. No balls and 2 strikes. And the Royals, there was a need in the bullpen, and I think they feel like, and there have been other examples of this, that maybe going to the bullpen could have some positive effects for Danny Duffy if he does go back to the rotation. Down and in, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Ryan, I think when you look at Danny Duffy, he's a guy that has embraced this opportunity to go out and really establish himself, because over the years we've seen Danny try to do a lot, and now the key to him is his fastball. Fastball is always going to be the key pitch for him, but the ability to throw it more often and with more velocity, that's a plus for Danny.
Changeup. I was just going to ask the question, Monty, after looking at those numbers, that he's really only needed his fastball pitching out of the bullpen. He's going to need more than that as a starter. So how effective, how sharp will his secondary pitches be? And well, he just answered that question.
And the good thing is, once you get in situations where you have the flexibility, the luxury to throw that, you get ahead in the count, and that's such a key for any pitcher. But if you're going to try to go to that off pitch, if you have confidence in it, it makes all the difference in the world. Conviction when you throw that pitch.
Now Freddie Freeman, and Duffy throws a fastball by him. Freeman is the Braves' hottest hitter at the moment on an otherwise struggling offense, but the Royals have held him down in this series. He is just 1 for 6. Breaking ball. So he's thrown 1 changeup and 1 breaking ball, and both for a strike.
Yeah, that's a good sign for Danny. I'm sure as the game moves on, his ability to throw those pitches, you're going to have to make some adjustments. You can't throw all fastballs. We've seen guys that throw the fastball 100 miles an hour get hurt with the fastball if they can't throw that off pitch. But having that ability will be a key for him as we move forward.
Grounded up the third base side and just foul. The Royals were not positioned for a ground ball like that off the bat of Freeman. Still 0-2. And a look at the Royals defensively today, presented by Ford. Lorenzo Cain gets the day off, so it's Gordon, Dyson, and Orlando in the outfield. On the infield, Cuthbert, Escobar, Infante, and Hosmer, and Salvador Perez, even though he took that foul ball off of his ankle last night, is back behind the plate as Dyson gets a chance to patrol center field today. Fastball at 96. Back-to-back strikeouts after the leadoff single.
Danny had planted a seed by throwing the breaking ball earlier. Freeman possibly thinking in the back of his mind, I've seen that curveball. Can't react on a high fastball.
Danny, remember, is on a limited pitch count, somewhere between 40 and 50 pitches, so it behooves him and the Royals to pitch efficiently. And he's thrown 11 as he deals to Tyler Flowers, and that is too high. Flowers started game 1 and went 2 for 4. A.J. Pierzynski was back at the plate for the Braves last night.
And looking at Danny Duffy's numbers over his career versus this season, as far as pitches per inning, he's down this year below 15 pitches per inning, as opposed to 17 or 18 earlier in his career. That'll make a difference today on that pitch count, maybe additional 1 inning if he can stay down in that 12, 13, 15 pitch limit.
Yeah, because that was Danny's biggest trouble as a starter. I mean, he wasn't getting knocked all over the block. More times than not, he would just run out of pitches. His pitch count would get into the 90s and right around 100 around 5 innings, and he wasn't able to pitch deeper into games. That fastball looked like a little late cutting movement to it, and it's 2-1 on Flowers.
Can remember numerous games when Danny started. He would have a good game and we would talk to him after the game. What'd you do different? He goes, I just trusted my stuff. I just relaxed. I didn't try to force things. I really made things happen a lot easier. I wasn't trying too hard. And that's what we've seen different as a relief pitcher this year.
3 balls and 1 strike. He has averaged 5 1/3 innings in his career as a starter. Now we won't see that today. This year as a reliever, Danny has not gone more than 1 2/3 innings and no more than 29 pitches. And he just simply reached back and threw that one by Flowers, and it's 3-2.
Trusting that fastball, that's key for Danny. It's going to be key for him as a starter, just like it was when he came out of the bullpen. Salvador wanting this pitch down.
Markakis will be running on this 3-2 pitch with 2 down, and Danny was hoping that he might leave too soon. Fastball over the outside at 96. Danny Duffy gives up a single and comes back to strike out Beckham, Freeman, and Flowers.
He's got to go, Rhino.
City, big crowd, salute to the Negro Leagues, and the deciding game of the series between the Royals and the Braves. The Royals had a 5-run effort on Friday night. They scored early, they scored late, and were scoreless last night against Mike Fultonevich, Ian Kroll, and Jason Grilli. And this afternoon, the Royals will be facing a pitcher they've never seen before, 23-year-old Matt Whistler.
Yeah, Matt Whistler, a youngster, but he's really on the rise, throwing the ball extremely well this year. Made his debut last season. Not a lot of starts under his belt, but so far this year he's been really good. Not getting a lot of run support, but throwing the ball well.
Just like Fultonevich last night, he's a young pitcher that's part of their rebuilding. Came to the Braves from another organization like Fultonevich. Matt Whistler was the 7th round pick of the Padres in 2011. And his first pitch at 91 is inside to Escobar. Esky is 2 for 8 with a run scored and an RBI. He got the run scored and the RBI in the first 2 innings of the series on Friday night. Well hit to left field. Back goes Inciarte, and it's off the wall. Escobar is at second base with nobody out.
Alcides Escobar here is going to welcome Matt Whistler to Kansas City with a nice leadoff double. Get things going for this Royals. Need some offense today.
Fourth double of the year, and with Lorenzo Cain out of the lineup and Mike Moustakas on the disabled list, Alex Gordon bats second, and he hits it the other way. Inciarte is back. Escobar back to tag, and he will hold. So Gordon gave it a pretty good ride, but out to left field, and no advance for Escobar. Here are the Braves defensively. They had a bad time in the outfield on Friday night. Inciarte, Smith, and Francoeur in the outfield. Beckham, Castro, Daniel Castro at short for the first time in the series. Darno, Chase Darno at second base. Freddie Freeman at first, and Tyler Flowers is behind the plate. Eric Hosmer singled in the first inning last night. He has hit in 4 straight. That fastball is low, and he's hit safely in 30 of his last 32 games.
Stay hot, Eric Hosmer. Great situation to continue that hitting.
Inside, 2 balls and no strikes.
Right, Roger McDowell is the Atlanta Braves pitching coach. I spoke with him earlier today about Whistler. What's the difference in him this year compared to last year? He said, one, he's just growing up more. He's getting more reps. He's more experienced now as a pitcher, but pitching inside to lefties, he said, has been a real key for him.
Breaking ball is outside, 3 balls and no strikes. He's would appear to have a pretty good angle on lefties, set up on that first base side of the rubber. There's Roger McDowell.
For a right-handed pitcher pitching into lefties, that's what we call the glove side, and he said pitching to his glove side had been a difficult task for him until this year. He now believes that he can get inside much better, so controlling both sides that are played a real key.
Taking a strike, and it's 3-1. The Braves got Whistler 2 off seasons ago for Craig Kimbrell, their closer, and Melvin Upton. Changeup is grounded into right center field. Hosmer drives in Escobar, and the Royals strike first.
Right, the Royals have been 4 for 19 with runners in scoring position. Going into this plate appearance by Eric Hosmer, he comes through. Let's make that 5 for 20. Nice way to get things started for the Royals.
Now, I said changeup. It was 87 miles an hour. His fastball this inning has been 91, 92, 93. Here's Morales, and that's backhanded by Flowers. But that's not much off the fastball. 87 miles an hour, right? I mean, you want to be right around 10 miles an hour off your fastball, don't you?
Ideally, 10 miles an hour is what you want to get into a situation with your changeup. A lot of pitchers who have that variance in their fastball, the guys that maybe top out in the mid to upper 90s, you might see them throwing their changeup in the upper 80s. For example, Kelvin Herrera, his upper 90s fastball, his changeup is oftentimes close to 90 miles an hour.
Because he threw Hosmer on the 3-0 pitch. He threw him a fastball at 92 and then a change at 87. That's not a huge adjustment for the hitter.
One pitch that a lot of pitchers have developed over the last several years is what they call a power changeup, which is thrown with maybe a 5 to 6 mile an hour variance. So maybe Whistler's a guy that believes in that power changeup.
One and one to Morales. And a breaking ball is fouled away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Morales is still trying to get his swing back on this side of the plate. 150 as a left-handed batter, but 364 as a right-handed batter.
Yeah, and that's just something based on last season. I don't think any one of us could have believed that he'd be hitting 150 left-handed this year.
That'll be out of play again. Is that Hosmer's new acknowledgement to his teammates?
He didn't shave.
Here's the 1-2. Broke his bat. Still 1 ball 2 strikes. Last year, by the way, Morales hit .284 against righties. He has the advantage of having a hitting coach who is also a switch hitter. And I don't think we give good switch hitters at times enough credit for what they're accomplishing. It's hard enough in the big leagues to manage one swing. They have to manage 2 different swings. And Dale Swaim was a switch hitter. So that helps him relate to somebody like Kendrys Morales and vice versa. Fastball down at 92 and out of the strike zone. And we've seen with Morales' early season struggles, a lot of that chasing pitches down and out of the strike zone.
And I think any hitter will tell you when they're not seeing the ball well, that's one of the most difficult things to do, is get things going back, because you're chasing pitches that don't give you a high percentage chance of getting a hit on.
So 2 down to Salvador Perez. Salvi is 3 out of 8 with a double and 2 RBIs in this series. Little boop into right field. Francoeur comes up and makes a running play. Royals get a leadoff double from Alcides Escobar. 2 batters later, Eric Hosmer gets him home.
Nice job, Eric Hosmer. Get things going for the Royals. Love scored first.
Stadium, Danny Duffy saying that he was not going to change anything. Just stick with that reliever's mentality. It's been working for him. The other thing that's been working for him is just a more mature mental approach, as 1 pitch and 1 out will serve him well as Dyson grabs that. But we know that when things have gone wrong for Danny in the past, there's been talk about the mental side of things. And he said that, look, when you quit baseball when you're 20 years old, that's going to cast a shadow over you, and it continues to follow him, he said. But he says that he has not been frustrated or let things get to him over the last 2 years. Very calm, very happy with where he's at, and continuing to enjoy his role, whatever it is, with the Royals. But this is a more mature Danny Duffy than we've seen in past years.
And Joel, I'll add to that, it reminds me of another Royals pitcher who quit baseball temporarily early in his career. Good bunt. Duffy trying to cut it off. Scoops! Got him! How about that? Danny Duffy tips his cap to the crowd. Man, that's the play of the year.
Ryan, there's a lot that's said about pitchers being non-athletes. I think I'm going to agree to disagree on this play.
Now you tell me that guy can't handle an infield pop-up.
Well, that's a tough play. They call it the tough play. As a matter of fact, in spring training, you work on it all the time, and they say, hey, we're going to work on the tough play today. It's a play that's in between the first baseman and the pitcher. If you can get it yourself, you take it, but it's really hard for a lefty to make that play.
2 down to Chase Darno. Well, and the reason why a hitter wants to bunt in that area against a lefty is because their momentum is going to cause them to fall off to the third base side. But Danny just went into a full pivot, a reverse full pivot, and that allowed him to get to the ball. That's fouled back to the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike.
To me, Ryan, it looked like he was on a mission. He wanted that out in the worst of ways.
The ball is still hot in Hosmer's glove, and he's tipping his cap. That's fouled away. Anyway, to finish the thought, Zach Greinke, remember, early in his career, quit baseball temporarily and came back. And as a starting pitcher, Zach Greinke went to the bullpen for a while and changed his approach, changed his mentality in the bullpen. And when he came back from that, shortly thereafter, he was a Cy Young winner.
And my recollection is he simplified things.
The part I remember the most is that David Riskey, who was with the Royals for a short period of time as a reliever, got to Zach in the bullpen and said, because remember, Zach admired Greg Maddux. He tried to cut the ball and sink it and hit the corners. And David Riskey said something to Zach that changed his career. Said, Zach, let me explain something to you. If you can throw 95 miles an hour, then you throw 95 miles an hour. You don't throw 90 and 91 when you can throw 95. And Zach became a dominant reliever. Danny Duffy is trending in that way if he stays in the bullpen. But the moral to the story is that when Zach went back as a starter, he didn't change his mentality. He still had an all-out. He became a power starter instead of going back to being a finesse starter. He's got all of his pitches working today. 2-2 on Darno.
Right now reminds me a little bit of a pitching coach I had when I was in the minor leagues. His name was Harry Dorish, and I had a number of pitches and throwing knuckleballs and just doing a lot of different things. And he comes out and he says, don't be a Thomas Edison. In other words, don't be out here trying to invent things. You've got the core pitches. Stick with your basics.
Outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes at 97 miles an hour. And as you shared with us before, you found out you didn't lose much by pitching exclusively out of the stretch.
Exactly, and it was Harry Dorish was the pitching coach that taught me that.
Same guy.
Exactly.
Down on strikes. That is 4 strikeouts for Danny Duffy in 2 scoreless innings. Oh, and by the way, maybe the defensive play of the year.
You got to give him a 10 on that play.
Rest to the nines, and there's a couple in the spirit today. Chesler Cuthbert takes a breaking ball upstairs from Matt Whistler. Chesler lost a 7-game hitting streak last night, the first time he has not hit safely since being called up from AAA. Right side of the infield, Freeman looking up into the sun, and there's one down. Very bright day, and not just because of the sun, but because of high hazy clouds, which just adds to the glare. Best seat in the house.
May add to a little something.
That's right.
One thing I was thinking, you got all these white hats in the stands today. How's that going to affect the outfielders?
I wondered that if we'll see a ball being misplayed on a line drive in the outfield. Paulo Orlando. Tough night in game 1. That's what the center fielder will try and find the baseball up against, all those white caps, white fedoras. Paulo came back last night and had 2 hits, and the only out he made, he lined to the warning track in center field. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Have to admire the way that Paulo Orlando was waited for his turn. Very ready to go every day. Wasn't getting a lot of playing time. Looks like he may be getting a little bit more.
And that's so hard for a young player. He may not be young in age, but he's young as far as major league experience. That, you know, he spent his whole minor league career playing every day. And now you come up to the highest level and you go 2, 3, 4 days in a row with not playing, and then there you are back in there against elite competition. Well hit right field. Paulo Orlando has his 3rd hit in the last 2 days, and the Royals have excellent speed at first base with 1 out.
Paulo was up there with the plan. If he goes away, I'm going to go the other way. Sure enough, gets that pitch on the outside part, drives it to right center field. Not trying to do too much, not trying to pull the ball, just take what the pitcher gives you.
Omar Infante started game 1 and was 0 for 4. Christian Colon was at second base last night. Paulo Orlando has 1 stolen base and 1 attempt this year. Slide step, and Infante fouls it back. Omar Infante came to Kansas City to be the everyday second baseman for 4 years. This is year 3. But the Royals feel like time is starting to catch up with him. And the plan, at least for the immediate future, is for him to have more time off. So more playing time for Christian Colon. The Royals feel like Infante can be more effective if he has time to recover from playing a few games in a row, maybe even less than that. And that's why in this sport, the head man isn't called a head coach, he's called a manager, because he has to manage a way to communicate that to Omar Infante without trying to offend Omar Infante, and keep him sharp, keep him motivated, so that when he gets opportunities like that, that he still wants to help the team.
And oftentimes the most difficult part of that entire situation is the player being the one to buy in, to understand that it's better for him and it's better for his career and his team if he does what that manager thinks is the right thing. But as we know, all former players will tell you that Father Time is undefeated.
Down and away. Slide step. I think Paula wanted to run, but Whistler went with a slide step. So Paula didn't get any kind of a jump. And then, of course, the pitch ends up being in the dirt.
One exception to what I just said may be Big Poppy, who we'll see here tomorrow night.
Bartolo Colon, of all guys, 42 years old. And Big Poppy, yeah, you're right. He still is Big Poppy. Well hit to center field, but right at Smith. So a good swing for Infante, but out. And 2 away. This weekend is Major League Baseball's first annual Play Ball Weekend, proudly supported by Chevrolet and Scotts. MLB celebrates all forms of youth baseball and softball, from organized league games to playing catch. So thank you for being part of something great. Let's play ball. There they are, taking swings out on the Little K. Oh man, that brings back some memories. Those big, fat, red plastic bats. You can hit a tennis ball a mile with those things.
Hey, as a kid, it was more fun playing with those than it was like the real thing.
That's right. I had a better shot at making contact with that bat. Two down to Gerard Dyson. Dyson gets a chance to play in center field. Just simply a day off for Lorenzo Cain. Doesn't seem like Cain needs it. He has a 9-game hitting streak, and he's hit safely in 15 of his last 16 games. But Ned Yost wants to make sure he keeps those legs fresh. So the day game after the night game. And Lorenzo has the game off, at least from the starting lineup. Fastball, 1 ball, 1 strike.
I remember a game last year when they were giving Lorenzo Cain a day off. They brought him into play for defensive purposes. They put him in right field. And the explanation from Rusty Kuntz was the amount of running he has to do is about 25% as much as if he's playing center field.
A bunt and foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It's early, but so far I'm going to give Gerard Dyson, the Royals player who looks best in a Monarchs uniform.
Yeah, it always seems like it's the littler guys that look good, and, well, for lack of a better term, the rounder guys look good in those uniforms.
Well, they all have their pant legs up high today, showing a lot of blue socks. I remember one of the first years that we wore the throwback unis, and I don't even remember if it was a Monarchs uniform, but it was actually the wool uniform, and it was the middle of the summer.
Because that's what they wore.
Yes. It was heavy.
Up the left field line, and caught on a diving play in foul territory by Ender Enciarte. Paulo Orlando is stranded at first. And at the end of 2, no score. Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, will join us when we come back. is the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. Stop by. It's not just for people from out of town, it's for Kansas Cityans. And if you've been there once, go there again. I've been there a few times, and every time I go there, there's either something I didn't notice the first time or something that's new. And when you're there, make sure you say hi to Bob Kendrick, who in a stunning development is dressed to the nines today, although that's every day for you. How you doing?
I am doing great. What a glorious day to be at the Cape.
It sure is, and we had the dress to the nines, talked about it on our pregame show, and what a celebration.
It's a tremendous celebration because, you know, I think we're doing the best baseball promotion in all of Major League Baseball. When you add the dimension of our salute to the Negro Leagues, dress to the nines, the Sunday jazz brunch, the baseball sermon that was delivered beautifully today by Reverend Bob Hill, Pastor Emeritus over at Community Christian Church. When you combine all those elements, I don't know if there's anything in baseball that tops this.
Now, we can't take full credit for it, Bob, but I want to say as Danny Duffy strikes out another hitter, Danny has 5 strikeouts in 2 1/3 innings. But I remember a few years ago, you were up here, and we talked about, you know, we should be giving away hats that they wore back then, and we should be combining dress to the nines with Negro Leagues. And look at me, people are right in the spirit of things.
And here it is. And here it is. And what a beautiful celebration, you know. And I think the simplicity of dress to the nines is the fact that it's just a simple call to action. You know, you're coming to the ballpark anyway, so put on your Sunday best and celebrate the way fans used to going to Monarch games. And people have answered the call. And of course, having an opportunity to work with the Royals has been an absolute joy. The team has been so supportive of the museum. This event continues to grow. I mean, you look out at this incredible crowd, and so many Monarch fedoras are being sported, both this year and the previous years, and the newsboy cap, the whole 9 yards. And so it is truly a special day.
And really nice that it's a grassroots effort. It all started with some fans who wanted to kind of get things going in this fashion.
Yeah, you know, and I think that's the thing. I told you guys in the pregame show, years from now, I'll swear that this idea was mine, but it really wasn't. It really wasn't. Brett Parker, Eliz Belden, Brad Belden, young people who came to me and said, we've got this idea to see if we can get fans to dress up the way they used to go to Monarch games. And I said, damn, how come I didn't think of that? And, you know, and here we are with dress to the nines.
And the dress to the nines is because, well, first of all, they wanted to look nice at the ballpark, but oftentimes it was right after church, right? Just go right from church right to the ballpark.
Absolutely. Negro Leagues baseball was so popular that black churches would move their service time up an hour. Now, if you know anything about the black church, you don't mess with service time. But when the Monarchs were home, Sunday service started at, the 11 o'clock service would start at 10 o'clock. And everybody filed out going straight to the ballpark dressed to the nines. And you have to remember that the Negro Leagues primarily played on Sundays because that's when they could get access to the stadiums. Major League Baseball, for the most part in that era, didn't play Sunday games. So the Negro Leagues would rent the ballpark, play that Sunday doubleheader, and we left straight from church, going straight to the ballpark, as again, dressed to the nines.
Tell you, Monty, with the dress to the nines theme, the other 9 I think of is, I think I learned 9 new things about the history of baseball when Bob Kendrick's in the booth with us. I didn't know any of that.
Well, I got one I want Bob to share, and here we are with a couple outs, so we'll do it quickly. But you heard the 6 points today, and the number 6 is the one I want you to go over.
Don't look back. Something might be gaining on you, from the legendary Leroy Satchel Paige, who was so wise. You know, he didn't have a formal education. You know, very few did back in that era growing up in the Deep South. But he was so wise. And so he had his 6 rules to live by. And number 6, and probably most importantly, don't look back. Something might be gaining on you. But he also gave us gems like age is simply mind over matter. If you don't mind, it don't matter. Or how old would you be if you didn't know how old you were?
That sounds a lot like Buck.
I think I heard Buck say that a few times.
And I tell you, today, Danny's channeling his inner lefty Lamarck, who was a great left-hander for the great Kansas City Monarchs.
To the point you just made, we just saw Satchel Paige warming up. I think that was Wrigley Field.
Yeah, it probably was.
Right?
He pitched a lot. Oh, yeah. You know, the numbers on Satchel are just absolutely amazing. Pitched in over 2,500 games, man. I mean, that is unbelievable. And by his own estimation, recorded some 55+ no-hitters, only God knows how many strikeouts, and he did it with style. You know, and so when you become the standard in which everybody else compares to, because there were a lot of great pitchers in the Negro Leagues, and people will say, well, such and such was as good as Satchel Paige, or his fastball was as fast as Satchel Paige. Well, when you become the standard that everybody else is measured to, you must be pretty doggone good.
Well, and you know, this big discussion has come up this year when Bryce Harper said that, you know, baseball is tired, you should be able to celebrate. Well, in that era, in the major leagues, it was very country club, business-like, act like you've been there, but not in the Negro Leagues,
Not in
right?
Negro Leagues. This was exciting. As Buck would say, you couldn't go to the concession stand because you might miss something you'd never seen before. The major leaguers would accuse the guys of showboating. Buck said they would go in the hole, you know, dive, flip it behind the back money to start the double play, and the major leaguers would accuse them of showboating. But as Buck would so poetically say, it's only showboating when you can't do it. And today it is a SportsCenter Top 10 highlight. You see that every night, you know, on the national sports media with guys making these great plays. Well, that was commonplace in the Negro Leagues. And so they played the game with a little flair. And the fans absolutely loved it.
Bob, one thing that I think is interesting, you talked about the numbers with Satchel Paige. They say they believe to be. A lot of times they forgot the scorebooks, that they don't know all the stats. But if you look at Major League Baseball's leader all-time games pitched with Jesse Orosco, 1,200 in some games. So it's an amazing difference.
Jeff, Satchel was pitching 2 or 3 innings almost every single day because everybody wanted to see Satchel Paige pitch. He was that charismatic, and he filled up the ballpark. And so he would give them 2 or 3 innings almost every day. And so it's hard to even imagine under today's standards a guy pitching as effectively and as much as Satchel did, and we don't even know how old he really was. We know what baseball says. They say he was 42 when he joined the Cleveland Indians in 1948 as a rookie and helped Cleveland win the World Series that year, and he may have been 52 at that time. So
Danny Duffy getting to the end of his pitch count here. The crowd gets behind him for a 3-2 pitch, and that's a walk. They are ready in the bullpen if Ned Yost decides to make a move, but a tough left-hand batter is coming up in Freddie Freeman. Bob, Dave Holtzman, our stats producer, did some research, and it really got me thinking about the Negro Leagues, and I don't think Holtzy had this in mind, but you know, the Royals have players from 10 different countries on their roster right now.
All over the globe.
And I started thinking about, you know, we think about African-American players in the Negro Leagues and, you know, following Jackie Robinson to the big leagues. But, I mean, before Jackie Robinson, players from Venezuela, Dominican Republic, Cuba, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Brazil, Nicaragua, if they were dark-skinned. They
played in the Negro Leagues.
I mean, yeah.
Absolutely. And really, Ryan, the Negro Leagues helped make the game the global game that it is today. They took baseball to many of those Spanish-speaking countries. They took baseball to Japan. They were the first Americans to take professional baseball to the Japanese, going all the way back to 1927. They were oftentimes the first Americans to play in many Spanish-speaking countries. So they helped make the game the global game that it is. And what you alluded to is the simple fact that the Negro Leagues didn't care what color you were. All they cared was, Monty, can you play? You know, and if you can play, then you can play. And that was the only barometer. And to me, that is what makes this story so awe-inspiring, so compelling, because you come there and you learn about these great athletes who were so passionate about the game of baseball, that they would overcome the social adversity that confronted them to play the game of baseball, and they helped make this game the great game that it is today. And in the process, they changed our country for the better. And so what's not to love about this story? And so when people, as you can well imagine, we had tons of Braves fans at the museum over the last 3 days, and they walked away absolutely amazed by what they experienced. And, you know, so it was really a special weekend, particularly having the Atlanta Braves in town. I'm a native Georgian, and so I'm a lifelong Braves fan, so this is difficult. But as I told the guys this morning, I'm a Royal fan now, and plus you got to root for the people who signed the check.
That's right.
I found it interesting that Malik Smith made an impromptu appearance.
He did. He came down yesterday unannounced, and he spent a couple of hours, and he after he toured, followed me around a little bit, introduced himself to me, and then came out here and went 3 for 4 with a double and a triple. I said, hey, it ain't supposed to work that way.
So who do the Royals have to pitch around today? Huh? You're the best, man. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you
Appreciate
for everything you do, man.
No, same
you have
here.
picked up where Buck left off, and you just glorified this museum. Thank you.
Brian, I appreciate it. Monty, always a pleasure, man.
Leagues, we pay special attention to the Buck O'Neil legacy seat. This is Councilman Jermaine Reed, representing the 3rd District in Kansas City, Missouri, and is pledged to spend his time supporting the urban core. Councilman Reed was an early supporter of the MLB Urban Youth Academy and has helped secure millions of dollars for the John Buck O'Neil Education and Research Center, as well as the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. So welcome and great work, Councilman Reed. 1-0 Royals. Now Alcides Escobar led off the first inning with a double and scored on a base hit from Eric Hosmer. Well, we could just go on and on with Bob Kendrick, couldn't we?
He's one of the best guests that Joel and I have on a regular basis on our pre or post game show.
He has that knack that some people have, that you just feel better about the world, you know, after having a talk with him, and you know, encouraging people to go see the Negro Leagues Museum. Base hit center field for Alcides Escobar. And the thing that I've learned over the years about the Negro Leagues and the museum, probably more than anything else, just listening to Buck stories, and there he is over on radio with Fizz and with Denny, is I think for a white guy, it's easy to just look at that shameful period in our country's history, and it's almost embarrassing to think that we had to have a Negro Leagues in the first place. And so I think that might have something to do with, you know, why some people are reluctant to visit. I know it was for me, but they're the first to remind us how much fun they had, and the hotels that they stayed in, and the restaurants that they ate in, and the crowds that were there, and that the moral of that story is that, you know, all those years that the major leagues wouldn't let them play in the big leagues, well, that was their loss.
Absolutely. And I think you look back on during that time frame, and Bob can certainly cite many references and talk about it, but those players, a lot of those guys now, still few of them still living, but having had the chance to meet some of them through Buck O'Neil, they love talking about their game.
Broken bat, and that's going to be caught at third by Beckham. Alex is 0 for 2, and there's one down in the third. A reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Eric Hosmer's already chipped in with a single in the first inning to score Alcides Escobar. Beautiful, beautiful day in Kansas City today.
Sure, Eric Hosmer very excited about getting that first inning RBI single after last night getting picked off in the first inning. Maybe a chance to redeem himself a little bit there.
Yeah, the Royals had very few true scoring opportunities against Fultonevich. That's Peter Moylan warming up in the Royals bullpen. But one of those opportunities was in the very first inning. They had runners at first and third with one out. Fultonevich was able to pick off Hosmer and then got a strikeout, and it was a struggle the rest of the night offensively against Fultonevich in the Braves bullpen. Breaking ball down and in, 2 balls and no strikes. Hey, that little guy's got a fedora on. Teach him young. Is that some shortcake he's working on there?
I think it might be. It looks pretty good.
Three and 0. That was the count on Hosmer in the first inning. Then 3-1. Then the RBI single. Danny Duffy most likely is done. Right around his pitch limit getting through the first 3 innings, and Moylan continues to warm up. 3 balls and 1 strike on Hosmer.
See if Whistler's interested in throwing that changeup again. Maybe a chance for him to redeem himself against Eric Hosmer.
Three and 2. I wonder too, and we were discussing whether that was a changeup or, as you said, a power changeup. A pitch that you don't hear much about today was the old tweener. You know, it wasn't the fastball and it wasn't the changeup. It was something in between, and it wasn't used to strike a hitter out, but just throw off their timing just enough.
A lot of guys would call that a BP fastball. Remember Charlie Leibrandt, former Royal, former Brave, being a lefty, threw that BP fastball a lot. Got a lot of guys out.
Hosmer is upset, I think, because Mike Estabrook did not react immediately. It was almost like a second thought, and rings him up for the second out.
It's that glove side fastball that Whistler's really improved on this year. See that one? That's a perfect pitch. A little too close to take with 2.
So Escobar with that leadoff single is still at first with 2 outs. Breaking ball, strike 2. Kendrys Morales. He chased a fastball down and out of the strike zone in the first inning and struck out. One and 1.
Seen a lot of these Royals hitters over the last 2 or 3 weeks start to heat up offensively. The Lorenzo Cains, the Alex Gordons, Escobar have been cold for a while. This to me is the last piece of the puzzle. Get Morales going. It'll open up this entire offense.
And a breaking ball's in for a strike. 1 and 2.
Not a real quality that froze him up, locked him up.
Escobar takes off and he steals second base, and he could have headed to third because there was nobody there. But didn't want to make the last out at third. It would have been a foot race. Escobar and the pitcher Whistler over to third base, but how about this for a jump?
Well, he was halfway there before Whistler even realized that he had taken off.
That was the third baseman Beckham covering. So there was no one on the left side.
That's the best jump I've seen all year.
So let's see if Morales can get him home. Down in the count, 1-2. Lays off the pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Escobar probably did the right thing there in that he was committed to running and he stayed committed. If he had slowed down, assuming that there would be a throw to second base, then he would have created a rundown. But he figured, well, if I'm going to be out, I'm going to be out running hard all the way through second base.
Well, we always hear that the runner steal bases off the pitchers, and there's no better example than right there.
Grounded out to the second baseman Darno in shallow right field, and that's the inning. So Morales is 0 for 2. The Royals strand Escobar at second base, and at the end of 3, it's still 1-0 Royals. On a gorgeous day in Kansas City, Peter Moylan will start the 4th in relief of Danny Duffy. Our Kubota power stats: the Braves see about 3.67 pitches per plate appearance. That is the fewest in the major leagues, so they don't work deep counts at all. That really helped out Edinson Volquez in game 1 of the series, and it helped out Danny Duffy today. Here's the total number of pitchers seen per batter, and keep in mind Markakis, Beckham, and Freeman each saw him 3 times. So Duffy right around, well, exactly 4 pitches per plate appearance.
Yeah, really nice outing for Danny Duffy. Obviously that last inning, 3rd inning, started tired a little bit with a couple of walks, but I thought overall his approach was great. He was on the attack, and gotta like the results with 3 zeros on the board for him.
This is the Australian Peter Moylan. They'll get Tyler Flowers to lead off the 4th inning. And he's in with a strike. Moylan first got to the big leagues with the Braves. 317 games with them. He's got a story that would probably take the whole inning to tell, but it is remarkable, and he was recounting it for us during the Yankees series when he was called up. And it was one of those stories where you have to go back on the details and say, now wait a minute, did you just say? He takes care of Flowers on 3 straight pitches and 1 down in the 4th inning. I think you were with me in the dugout when we were talking to him. In a nutshell, Peter Moylan was signed by Minnesota as an international free agent in '96 as an overhand pitcher. By the end of 1997, he was back in Australia after being released. That was as a 17-year-old signed, 18-year-old on his way back to Australia. And he started listing for us the jobs that he had when he went back there. I mean, he was in pest control. He was a plumber for a swimming pool company. Francoeur pulls it foul into the crowd. 1 ball and 1 strike. He finally settled on pharmaceutical sales, but he still loved playing baseball. He was done pitching. He ended up having a couple of back surgeries, which did not allow him to pitch. But he would play first base. He was the DH. He was also the manager of the team. On the ground to Escobar. Long throw across the diamond, and he gets Francoeur. So as the manager one day, the team was short on pitching. And so he decided he'd take the mound, but he knew throwing overhand would put a strain on his back, so he found a little sidearm angle that felt good. There happened to be a scout that was there, and the scout went up to him afterwards and said, "Do you know how hard you were throwing?" And I can't mimic it because I don't do a very good Australian accent, but the way he said it was, you know, basically, I don't know, 84, 85. And the scout said, try 93 and 94, and you threw 1 pitch at 96. So he was signed on to the World Baseball Classic to pitch with Australia in 2006. And the Classic began their training in Orlando, Florida, which is the spring training home of the Atlanta Braves. And pitching for the World Baseball Classic, which was supposed to be a 3-week trip, ended up in an 8-month stay in the United States because Dayton Moore and J.J. Piccolo, now of the Royals, then of the Braves, signed Peter Moylan. So 10 years after first signing with the Minnesota Twins, he got to the big leagues as a 27-year-old. And now he's back in the big leagues again as a 37-year-old.
And I think every player has a unique and interesting story. But when we listen to him talk about that in New York, I don't know if I've ever heard one more interesting or more unique.
But he was telling it like it was, you know, anybody's story.
And now he's in his 10th major league season.
Really, really neat guy to be around. And when he pitches like that, he's a real neat guy to be around. 3 up, 3 down with 2 strikeouts against the team that got him to the big leagues for the first time. Perez, Cuthbert, and Orlando are coming up in the bottom of the 4th. The 4th on an Eric Hosmer RBI single in the 1st inning. Here's today's University of Kansas Hospital injury report. Michael Brantley had surgery on his right shoulder during the offseason. I remember when he had that surgery, the Indians were pointing toward the middle of May for him to come back. maybe even late May. Well, he started playing in spring training, trying to accelerate that timetable, and now that shoulder is giving him trouble. The Indians admitted that maybe they rushed him, so he's on the disabled list. Cleveland is in second place, 5 games back of the White Sox, and a game and a half in front of the Royals. Perez flied to right his first time up. That was not a swing.
That looked like his little changeup. Got an interesting note on his changeup. He actually got some advice from a pretty good guy that threw a changeup named Tom Glavine.
That pitch probably got him in the Hall of Fame.
Pretty good chance.
Francoeur looking up into that bright sky, makes a play on Salvador Perez. Salvi flies to right for the second time today.
Joel told me a little bit about this earlier, and I'd read about Glavine doing a television broadcast for the Braves last year, and Matt Whistler's parents heard Glavine saying that he thinks a changeup would be great to incorporate into his repertoire, and eventually they got in touch, and Glavine did help him out, and he's in spring training with these guys, so I think Glavine's become somewhat of a mentor with him on his changeup.
Strike to Cheslor Cuthbert. He popped out to first in the second inning. One and one.
And the moral of the story is for the parents to always pay attention to what the analyst is saying, because you might help your son a little.
Especially when a Hall of Fame pitcher is talking about your son. One ball, 2 strikes. Lays off the slider outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Still 2-2. Whistler has gone 8 innings in each of his last 2 starts. On Tuesday, 8 innings, 3 earned runs against the Phillies. Before that, at the Mets, he pitched 8 shutout innings. 94 with that fastball. That is strikeout number 3. As we promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite.
It's Danny Duffy, like a cat, like a big cat, off that mound. And we gave him a 10 on that play.
Yes, you did. Well, you did. And if you give him a 10, then I'm right there with you. Strike to Paulo Orlando. He singled to right in the second inning. For me, the key to that play, and I'm sure as that's played on all the highlight shows, it'll be the fact that he was running and scooped the ball at the same time. But for me, it was how he turned on the rubber to go get to that ball. If he had turned toward home plate and circled around, that would have slowed him down, but he turned his back to home plate. So his footwork at the very beginning of that play made it possible.
It was great thinking. It was a great footwork, and then ended with great glove work. He did it all.
Outside, 1-2 to Paulo.
See Tyler Flowers setting up outside there, and I was talking earlier about the glove side control that Whistler's been able to accomplish. We've seen 3 pitches in a row now outside to Paulo Orlando. They have a real plan seemingly to try to hit him hard away.
And got him with a breaking ball. So set him up with Hardaway, put him away with the curve. 4 strikeouts for Whistler, 1-0 Royals at the end of 4.
On the radio side for the Braves, 324 career victories. Good to catch up with him. Was talking with him on the field yesterday, and Salvador Perez was right by, so I introduced them, and he absolutely loves the catching game of Salvador Perez. He said, Salvi, we would have been good together. He said, I love your passion. I love that you treat your pitchers as your best friend, and it is a delight to watch you catch and see that true passion. Don Sutton telling me he had a lot of great catchers during his career, as we're going to see now how Peter Moylan is tested, and he's not going to be able to handle that one. But guys, we saw Don Sutton, and he had Ned Yost as a catcher of his at one point, Ted Simmons and many others. And by the way, Ryan, I was looking back, his major league debut, April 14th, 1966, got 2 home runs from the 5-hole hitter, the third baseman that day, Jim Lefevre.
Really? I guess those were the 2 that he hit in his career, huh? Nah, I didn't mean that. Sorry, Dad, if you're watching. I didn't mean that. So Moylan, who pitched a scoreless 4th inning, faces 1 in the 5th. By the way, they called that an error. So Brian Flynn comes on as a Chevy call to the bullpen. Royals baseball is brought to you by your local Kansas City area Chevy dealers. Visit for great prices on the all-new 2016 Malibu. By Panera Bread, food as it should be, with 24 Kansas City metro locations. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors, right stuff, low price every day. On a great day to be outdoors. Peter Moylan 3 up 3 down in the 4th with a couple of strikeouts, and then hit with an error on the bunt by Darno. And now Malik Smith tries to lay down a bunt against Brian Flynn. Is that an error in your scorebook?
It's hard to give a pitcher an error. I mean, they're non-athletes, and
I mean, they can't catch pop-ups. Maybe that was Danny Duffy's play that raised the bar, the play that Duffy made earlier in the game.
Yeah, this is a play maybe you wish he would have gone bare hand on it. It's a tough play regardless. He's got a long throw, but I think he maybe had a little more time to get rid of that ball than he thought he did.
Bunted to Hosmer. He'll just go to the line, and Malik Smith has nowhere to go. Fancy moves, but he doesn't have an open football field to work with. He just had a baseline, and Hosmer knew it.
You can tell Malik Smith enjoys playing the game of baseball. He's a young man that Bob Kendrick indicated went down to the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum on his own, unannounced yesterday. Took a little bit of that Negro League flair there. I like it.
Yeah. So the bunt gets Darno to second base and brings up Daniel Castro. Big curveball's in for a strike. Castro grounded out to Hosmer in the third inning. Dave Holtzman just did some exhaustive research. Malik Smith was a safety in high school, so he was normally trying to track down the guys making moves like that. Infante bobbles, still has time. Ball came up on him. Castro is out and Darno goes to third. You can celebrate the 2015 World Series championship by ordering your own piece from the Royals official fan collection, including rings, pendants, cufflinks, and more. Shop online at royals.com/fanrings.
Ryan, my father Tom, my mother-in-law Bonnie, in for my son Spencer's graduation this weekend. I got a chance to show off my ring to them last night. They were very impressed.
By the way, I called Spencer Patton on the air, or Preston on the air last night.
He's been called worse than that.
I have no idea where that came from. Because, of course, you know, Spencer and Preston are so easily confused with one another. Doesn't that look nice in the springtime, that flag flapping in the wind with the bright green leaves? Kansas City in full bloom. Gosh, we've had a great spring. Great temperatures, a lot of rain to green everything up. That flag would look good anywhere. Fouled back by Markakis. 2 balls and 1 strike. Heck of an effort.
Whatever it takes, makeshift.
The real Markakis has singled and walked. And Flynn takes the count to 2-2. Flynn has made 2 appearances for the Royals prior to today. He has gone 54 pitches and 38 pitches. And when it was announced that Danny Duffy would start today, Ned Yost figured that Brian Flynn would be part of the mix at some point. Breaking ball. Did he get a piece? He did not. So at the tying run at third base, Flynn strikes out Markakis. To the bottom of the 5th, still 1-0 Royals. 1-0 Royals to the bottom of the 5th inning. You know, the Royals ended a string last night. They had played in 11 straight games where somebody had scored in the 1st inning. So now 12 of the last 13 games, either the Royals or their opponent has scored in the 1st, and today it's the only run. Infante lined to center in the 2nd inning. He'll be followed by Dyson and Escobar. 1 ball, 1 strike. Four fedoras. Sounds like the name of a restaurant or a bar, doesn't it?
Got that right.
2 balls and 1 strike. Whistler has retired 7 of the last 8 Royals. 2 balls, 2 strikes. All right, Royals fans, we'll give you a little time to think about it. Who is that hugging Bob Kendrick? See if we can get him to turn around. Broadcaster now for the Braves. A hint, that's a former Royal who I believe went to the Braves from the Royals.
I can give a hint too.
Okay.
He was a righty in a left-hander's body.
So what do you think?
Another hint, it's very appropriate that he's here on Salute the Negro Leagues Day because his pitching windup reminded you of Satchel Paige, like the old double pump handle.
Popped up to the right side. Darno makes the play. And I'll add to that, Monty, it's also appropriate that he's here today because he used to wear his pant legs every game, the way some of them are wearing them today. There's another hint. The
Literally.
Yeah, the face part of that. That is none other than former Royal Paul Byrd. Gosh, that was that long ago. His last year with the Royals was 14 years ago. My gosh. Remember, he had that fan club above the old stadium club on the left field side, the Bird's Nest. Remember that? Bunch of college kids. Dyson fouls out to Enciarte, and when Paul Byrd would exit the game, when he'd be pulled from the game, he'd turn around and tip his cap to the Bird's Nest, and they're all up there. They had their wings. They'd be flapping their wings at him. Gosh, that was 14 years ago. Right up in there. Two down to Alcides Escobar. Escobar swung at the second pitch that he saw today, and he doubled to left field. And with 1 out, Eric Hosmer grounded one into right center field to get him to the plate. Escobar's also singled and stole a base. So he adds to his already impressive May statistics. That's a part of his game that he hasn't been able to get back yet. This is game number 37 for the Royals, but Escobar always seemed to find the right time to drop down a bunt, and I don't know if he has a bunt base hit this year, does he?
I don't think so, and I think a lot of that goes back to last year. It seemed like he was hurt on that play at second base. It just seemed like it took away a lot of his game as far as his legs are concerned.
Yeah, he didn't run for a long time. Attempt to steal, I'm talking about. And there were some questions about, you know, whether he had lost a step or a half a step in his range at shortstop. One ball and 2 strikes. 2-2. Royals have 1 run, 4 hits. The Braves have no runs on 1 hit. Their first hitter, Nick Markakis, singled. They do not have a hit since. Well, he went with that pitch 3 straight times. He got Eske to chase the 3rd one. 5 strikeouts for Whistler. He's allowed 1 run in 5 innings. Top of the 6th inning. Time for a Lee Summit Mazda game break. It's George Brett's birthday. So happy birthday, George. There's the display of baseballs, exactly 3,154. There's that 1980 season when he was hitting .401 late in the year, and this was his 3,000th hit. That was against the Angels, not far from where he grew up. So happy birthday to George. It is also the 3rd anniversary of the passing of Denny Matthews' longtime radio partner Fred White, who always seemed to be at the microphone when George would have a big moment. He called George's home run against Goose Gossage in 1980. He called George's 3,000th hit in Anaheim. And as fate would have it, we happened to be in Anaheim on the day that Fred passed away in 2013, the place where he called George's 3,000th hit. So our thoughts today with Barb and Joe and John and Stacy as Alex makes a play in left field. 1 down. There's Fred interviewing a young Alex Gordon.
He's very young.
Look at that. With Mr. Kaufman. And a good time to welcome in Denny with our Sundays with Denny. You guys spent, well, it always goes down as 25 years together, but there were a couple of years when he was part of the broadcast team with Buddy Blattner, and then there were years after I came along when he'd either work with you or work with me. So it was probably more like 30 years together.
Long time. And we always like to joke about Brett's birthday. It was always the start of the season for him, because George usually did not get off to a great start. So he was hitting maybe 260, 261. What's wrong with George? Nothing. It's not his birthday yet. But come May 15, wow, look out. A lot of pitchers and defenders paid the bill.
Look at those young guys. All right, educate a newer Royals fan base on those 3 good-looking guys.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, Ed Shepard there in the middle, longtime radio producer, engineer. Fred, of course, on the right. Yours truly with a good-looking vest. I don't know where that came from.
I mean, the vest, not just the vest, but That is the biggest knot on a tie I think I've ever seen in my life. Do you still have that tie?
I do. That was the thickest tie in the world. There was no way you could make that knot any smaller.
Then you were dressed to the nines.
Look at you.
To the threes.
Was that short period of time when you were playing with the Monkees, that musical group?
Yeah, well, it didn't last very long.
There's a better shot.
I just didn't have it. Yeah, there we are. We're all dressed up. I don't know who ran across Fred with a tire. I mean, that's.
He had a great sense of humor.
Yes, he did. Yeah, we had a lot of laughs.
You know, you're talking about George's birthday and when he'd get going in the glory years of the Royals in the 70s and the 80s. Correct me if I'm wrong, but more times than not, the team was slow starting. Correct?
Yes, absolutely. And they gathered momentum usually around the 1st of June, and from that point on, excellent work.
How about the year he hit 390?
Well, yeah, and you know what would be interesting to know what he was hitting on his birthday that year. I bet he had a better start that year than any other. I mean, he was so consistent.
2 down. Luke Hochevar strikes out Freddie Freeman. There's George's retired number on the Royals Hall of Fame. All right, Denny, since you're a history buff, our sprint trivia question for today: can you match the nickname to the player? These are former Negro Leagues players. I know one of them, and it's one of the great stories that Buck O'Neil would ever tell, but I will go first. Buck O'Neil and Nancy, right?
Sure.
Satchel Paige gave him that nickname.
Yeah. Now, Brooks Robinson, not Bobby, but Brooks had the nickname the human vacuum cleaner. Maybe this Robinson, although that'd be quite a coincidence, would it not? But Brooks was the human vacuum cleaner. Brooks Robinson. Bobby, don't know about.
Holtze is nodding affirmatively at you. Is that a word, affirmatively?
You got to go with your first instinct, Denny.
That's right. Gut feeling, first instinct. Go with it. So we got 2 of them. Now it's Monty's turn.
Tyler Flowers struck out in the 1st inning against Duffy, struck out in the 4th inning against Moylan, and now down 1-2 against Luke Hochevar, whom he hit his first major league home run against in 2011 as a member of the White Sox. Fouled back to the screen. How about you, Monty? You got a guess?
Well, let's see him again, and I'll see what I can do.
I want you to go for that julep.
That's got to be
Jumpin' julep.
Eunice Arp. Got to be jumping julep.
Correct.
Wow.
So Norman Stearns and Ray Knox. One of them is going to be Turkey, and one of them is going to be Boo Boy.
Turkey Stearns.
There you go. I've heard that name before. Base hit left field for Flowers, so he's on with 2 outs. Joel?
Always side with Denny. It's Turkey Stearns.
Okay.
Now we got 1 to go. This is going to be the tough one. Anybody want to take a wild guess at this one?
Poor old Ray got hit with the nickname Boo Boy.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Maybe none of the fans liked him. He got booed everywhere. Remember Phil Roof, the catcher?
Yes.
Long big league career. Tell you a quick story about him.
Strike to Francoeur.
He spent some time with the Milwaukee club, and he never was booed at all, no matter what. And he wasn't a great hitter, but no matter what happened, Phil Roof never got booed at County Stadium. And finally I figured out why. On the side of the dugout in yellow print said, "Keep off Roof."
Here's a base hit for Francoeur. Flowers will stop at second base, so Francoeur gets a little payback against his good buddy Luke Hochevar. Hochevar came on last night to face him and got him to fly out to center field, and now Francoeur puts the tying run in scoring position. Keep off Roof.
Yeah. Maybe Monty could have gotten somebody to paint a little sign on the side of our dugout, keep off Monty. But that wouldn't have made much sense.
No one would have known what that meant.
But nobody booed you very much that I can remember.
Last year they did, Denny. Last year I played, they booed me a lot.
Did they really?
Oh yeah.
I don't remember that.
I don't either.
It's
You just made that up.
It's only one. It's only you remember, but.
Inciarte swings and fouls it at the plate. They weren't booing you, Monty. They were saying Monty.
Yeah.
Inciarte is out on a bunt attempt. Danny Duffy, I thought, made the play of the year. Getting Inciarte, which was a pretty good bunt, actually. And then he struck out in the 4th inning against Moylan.
Duff sold out on that play, didn't he?
You played infield in college, Denny, and all the years we've worked together. You talk about footwork as much as you do glove work, and I thought that play began with the way that he turned on the rubber here.
Oh yeah.
And got the direct route to the ball. If he had pivoted the other way, that ball goes all the way to Omar Infante.
You bet. Yep. That was a sterling effort.
Hochevar has the advantage. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Monty was a good defender as a pitcher. In fact, I remember your no look, backhanded, behind the back stab on a 1-hopper back through the middle.
Yeah, I had a couple of those during the course of my career, and it's reaction. It's just doing it enough, and eventually the ball hits the glove.
Yeah. Isn't that a nice feeling when you feel that thing settle in the pocket? Man, what did I just do? Well, that was half of it. Then you had to make the throw to first.
That's correct.
That wasn't really a problem.
Well, I'm sure that Danny Duffy's going to remember that play that he made. I made a play on a bunt one time that still I remember as a diving play. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Bunt down the third base line. I dove for it. This is when we had turf. And unfortunately, I had a scraped chin for a couple of weeks to remember it by. But that's the play I remember as far as really making a big difference in a game.
Pitchers aren't supposed to be making plays like that, right? I mean, they won't even let them catch an easy pop-up.
Yeah, it's true. But they say that when you turn the pitch loose, you become the 5th infielder. You can help yourself immeasurably at times. Just make a play.
Strike 3 over the outside. Inciarte can't believe it.
He's going to get kicked out if he isn't careful.
He may have been right on this one, but we'll take it. Anytime you can get a call like that to end an inning, got to like it.
Hochevar pitches a scoreless 6th inning. the bottom of the 6th inning. And our Sonic Slam inning. Our contestant is Jim Yost from Lee Summit. If the Royals hit a home run in this inning, Jim wins $1,900. If the Royals hit a grand slam, Jim wins $25,000 from Sonic and the Royals.
Well, karma right there.
No relation as far as I know. Ned had his bobblehead giveaway last night.
Ned would probably like a grand slam as much as Jim today.
Yeah, that's right. Alex Gordon, Eric Hosmer, Kendrys Morales.
Oh, man.
That's how little kids drink out of a bottle for the first time. They put their lips around the entire thing, and then it comes out of there like a fire hose. I've seen that a few times in my adult life. Monty, how about you?
Well, recently with my new granddaughter Addison, yes, I have.
It's always a big moment.
Same pitch, down and in. Alex has flied to left and popped out to third. Whistler has retired 11 of the last 12. The Royals had 4 hits in the first 3 innings and only 1 hit since the second. 3 balls and 1 strike. So I'm sure the fans are not very happy, and the Braves are not very happy with a 9-26 record, but they appear to have some good young pitching on the way, and we've seen 2 good pitchers the last 2 games, Fultonevich and Whistler. Alex thought that was ball 4.
Brian, one thing that was very impressive when I was looking at Whistler's numbers is the fact that he has been very successful against left-handed batters and right-handed batters. Equal batting average against at 192. So those are really strong numbers.
Inciarte comes up in left field, and Alex is 0 for 3. Well, Royals fans, time for you to vote for your All-Stars. You can vote up to 35 times for your Royals online, including a maximum of 5 ballots cast in any 24-hour period. Vote at Royals.com on your computer, tablet, and smartphone.
How about this, Monty? After this pitch, I'll ask you. You are pitching for a team like Atlanta. You're pitching well, like Whistler, like the guy last night. They just don't score. Their defense is not good. As far as development of a young pitcher, does that hinder? Does it help? Do you become more mentally tough under those conditions? Or does each individual have to process it for himself?
I would say individually you process it, but one thing it does, it makes you tougher because you understand that at times you can only control what you're able to do with that baseball in your hand.
Hosmer drives it to the gap in right center field. Francoeur gets it back to the infield quickly, and Hosmer's at second base for the 1-out double.
So I think what I heard you say, it can either make you or break you.
You're right, you have to be the right kind of person to handle that type of situation. You can't let yourself get down. You continue to make quality pitches. You execute pitches. You do what you can do as a pitcher, and you develop and you get better. And as you go, you have to learn from those experiences.
And it's not just today for Whistler. He has the 3rd worst run support in the National League. So he's been there, done that, pitching well and not getting much support. Kendrys Morales, right center field. Francoeur at the track makes the play. And Hosmer was not tagging. Hosmer was not at second base when that ball was caught.
But when this ball left the bat, I thought it had a really good chance of getting out of here today. Middle part of the plate, puts a good swing on it. Just got a little too much elevation. That ball traveled a long way.
And if you look at the flags above where Francoeur made that play. They are pointed right toward right field, blowing in.
The wind put the brakes on it. I'm with you, Monty. I thought it was going to leave the ball yard.
Oh, Jim Yost from Lee Summit thought he had $1,900 there for a moment. Salvador has flied to right twice. Pulled foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Harry Carey of the Cubs, Cardinals, famous Hall of Fame announcer, from time to time would say, "It is an ill wind that doesn't blow somebody some good." I was never sure what that meant, but he'd say it once in a while.
Off speed with that breaking ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Harry's grandson is here. That's Chip Carey, who's the television voice of the Braves. His father, the late Skip Carey, was a long time Braves radio and television announcer.
And we might point out that Skip and Harry look nothing alike.
There's an interesting note on that ball that almost was a home run. Still no home runs in this series. 18 home runs, Denny, in the Yankee series. What a difference.
Yeah. Difference in the ballparks,
yep,
for sure.
Be a good time for Salvador Perez to buy a little insurance.
Still 1 and 2. Salvi drove in 2 on Friday night in the Royals' 5-1 victory, which was a close game. The Royals scored 2 in the early innings. The Braves got a run in the 7th, and then the Royals pulled away with 3 in the 8th. Salvi driving in 2 of those, and now the Royals are trying to pull farther away from the Braves in the later innings today. Two and 2. Remember to vote for the Royals Player of the Month at one of the 7 Rally House locations in the KC metro area. All participants will be entered to win a majestic prize pack. On the ground, base hit left field. Inciarte was shallow, but Hosmer's waved home anyway. The throw is in time. So it wasn't just the arm of Inciarte, it was where he was positioned. And the Royals are denied at home plate.
Would have been a nice opportunity for Eric Hosmer to get that insurance run we were just talking about. Didn't happen.
Kauffman Stadium in a close game, 1-0 to the 7th inning. The Royals just came very close to adding to their lead. Bright sunny day in Kansas City, temperatures in the 60s. A perfect day to be outside. Our Toyota League leaders, we talked about this with Bob Kendrick when he was in the booth earlier. The Royals have 10 players, or players at least representing 10 different countries, by far the most in the major leagues. Dave Holtzman shared this with me last night, and we were running through the countries, and it's hard to come up with 10. Upstairs, ball one. Joaquim Soria in the game now from Mexico. Alcides Escobar from Venezuela. Paulo Orlando, Brazil. Kendrys Morales, Cuba. Chesler Cuthbert, Nicaragua. Christian Colon, Puerto Rico. Chin-Ming Wong, Taiwan. Peter Moylan, Australia. All the countries that are represented by one Royal. Chase Darno, he is the older brother of the Mets catcher Travis Darno. Soria is the 5th pitcher used by the Royals today. Danny Duffy was the starter. He had a very limited pitch count. He went 3 scoreless. Moylan pitched an inning. Flynn pitched an inning. And Hochevar pitched an inning. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, so far, a really nice job. I mean, essentially, this is going to be an entire game by the bullpen. Danny Duffy got things going in the right direction.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Darno bunted his way on in the 5th inning. It was ruled an error on Moylan, which we thought was going to be a very difficult play. And come to find out, some of the Braves announcers are upset that Darno didn't get a base hit.
Yeah, we had a hit down on radio side. So
left center field, Alex Gordon on the run, and that's going to be down and to the wall. And Darno may try for 3. No, he hits the brakes. So the tying run is at second base with nobody out.
Joaquim Soria had worked himself back into the count after being 3-0, gets back to 3-2 and leaves a pitch out for Darno to get a little extension on into the gap. And Ryan, I'm with you. I thought he was going to go for 3. He had a really good turn around second base, but he put on the brakes.
and a good decision, as it turns out, I think, don't you? You're having enough trouble scoring runs anyway, so you don't want to be the first out at third.
And now you got a guy who's already dropped down a sacrifice bunt against a pitcher who you'd figure wouldn't be really hard to bunt against. Outside for ball one. Speaking of taking third, we were a little surprised on that deep fly ball by Kendrys Morales in the bottom of the 6th inning that Eric Hosmer didn't tag and go to third, and that ends up being a big play with Hosmer thrown out at home plate on the base hit by Salvador Perez.
Right, because I think if that ball would have hit that Morales hit, Hosmer's going to be able to score from anywhere on the field anyway. The ball was deep enough, it was all the way to the wall, so kind of surprised that Eric Hosmer did not go. He was halfway, just in case the ball drops, he was going to be able to score.
Hosmer was thrown out by Inciarte to end the inning. Now trying to defend against the bunt. Cuthbert and Hosmer are in. It's outside, and the count is 2-1.
This is where the runner at second base is a little bit vulnerable, because sometimes you get a little bit better secondary lead than you should, assuming maybe the bunt's going to be down. You want to get a good jump toward third base, and we've seen guys get picked off at second, and of course Perez throws extremely well.
Popped up, big break. And Malik Smith takes it out on his bat. Looks like he wants to literally bite it in half as he puts it up to his mouth. So Darno at second base with one down.
Yeah, really nice opportunity for Malik Smith to get a runner over, then potentially later get him in, but no, Salvador Perez right there with a little pop bunt. Gotta like that.
And here's Kelly Johnson to bat for Daniel Castro. Johnson is hitting at .229. He started the first two games of the series and went 2 for 8. Slow breaking ball is outside, ball 1. Johnson drove in 2 in the 6th inning last night against Dylan G. Two and 0.
Sure, Joakim Soria would like to start getting ahead of more hitters. His command has come around a lot since the beginning of the season, but still needs to get ahead of more hitters.
Two and 1.
Yeah, throwing 2-0, 3-0, 3-1 pitches, Monty's a tough way to make a buck on this level.
Yeah, and a lot of times you can find ways around it, but you're on thin ice. It seems like one mistake, it's gonna hurt you. You might get a couple guys out, but then that third guy seems to come back to haunt you.
On the ground to Escobar. Play at third. Out. 2 mistakes by the Braves. The popped up bunt, and then Darno trying to go to third on a ground ball to short. So an inning began with a runner at second and nobody out, and now a runner at first and 2 outs.
Yeah, and in this case, one mistake leads to the next.
And a really heads up play by Alcides Escobar. The runner has to read where that ball is, know where the shortstop is. But Alcides Escobar, very quick decision for him.
And that's a very easy rule. And the rule is the ball hit at you or to your left. And that ball was clearly to his right. I mean, he almost ran into it. The Braves, because of the situation, are going to take another look at it. Or maybe they're just waiting for a pinch runner. Ibar is going to run for Johnson. Yeah, so they weren't waiting to allow their leadoff man to, or their video man to take a look at it. They were waiting on Ibar. Seen a couple of very animated third base coaches in the last 2 series. We had that great shot of Joe Espada, the third base coach of the Yankees in New York. He got in the baseline to tell his runner to stop. You got to run through me. Bo Porter, the former manager of the Houston Astros, man, he was down on his knees in like a yoga position, trying to get Chase Darno to slide and get to third base as quickly as he could. You don't see third base coaches in a position like that very often.
The only way he could have helped him is that if he would have made him invisible.
I bet he wishes he could have done that.
Yeah.
To Escobar, backhand, good play. Throw, picked by Hosmer. Joakim Soria is helped by the Royals defense in the top of the 7th inning and gets out of a runner at second base and nobody out situation. Denny, thank you.
You are welcome, guys. Enjoyed it.
Go call us a winner over on radio. The Royals on the Crown Vision during the 7th inning stretch had a video of Buck O'Neil singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," which is from Ken Burns' famous baseball documentary, and that brings back some memories, doesn't it?
It does. I have a great memory from Buck. I'll tell here in a few minutes.
Panera takes us around the league. Chicago has led most of that game, and now the Yankees lead late, and with their bullpen, Royals have a chance today to pick up a game. Minnesota's won 2 straight as they beat Cleveland. Baltimore going for their 8th consecutive win. They lead Detroit in the bottom of the 7th inning, and Houston leads Boston at Fenway Park. Speaking of New York, a Lee Summit Mazda game break. 39-year-old Carlos Beltran. That is home run number 400. He is the 5th player in Major League history with 400 home runs, at least 400 home runs, and at least 300 stolen bases.
Wow, what a special player. Only had a chance to play 1+ season with Carlos when he broke into the major leagues, but you could tell immediately he was going to be an impact player.
That's right. Your last year was his Rookie of the Year season.
I told him when we were in New York, he makes me feel young because he's the only active player that I played with.
0-2. Joe Girardi and Aaron Hicks plotting the milestone. And Alex Rodriguez, the first one to greet him. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, I remember him as a Royal. The 300 stolen bases didn't seem to be out of reach. And he did have 4 20-20 seasons with the Royals. Cuthbert is down on strikes. And that is number 6 for Whistler. Eric Ibar is now at shortstop. But I don't know if I thought he'd hit 400 home runs.
Well, we always hear organizations talking about players kind of growing into their power. And Beltran started out as a leadoff hitter. And he reminds me a lot of a former Yankees guy that started as a leadoff hitter that eventually moved into the middle lineup, and that was Bernie Williams. And they were very similar type players. They're both great center fielders and very athletic and hit for power and had speed.
Switch hitters, both from Puerto Rico.
Yes.
And that was Carlos Beltran's hero growing up, Bernie Williams. Ball 1 to Paulo Orlando. He is singled and struck out. One and one. Monty, you had a Buck O'Neil story for us.
Yeah, it reminds me of playing in the Buck O'Neil Golf Classic a number of years ago. And I think Buck was about 90 years old at the time. And my foursome hit the shot up onto a par 5. We're about 40-50 yards out in front of the green. And Buck O'Neil was putting with every group as they made it onto the green. And before we had a chance to hit our shot, Buck O'Neil said, wait a minute, I'm not going to be able to putt because you're going to hit it too close to the flagstick. I want to come out and hit the shot with you guys. So he comes out 40-50 yards in front of the green, and sure enough, he knocks the ball in the hole first shot. So we got an eagle, and Buck O'Neil starts running around with his golf club up above his head. It reminded me of Jack Nicklaus when he won the Masters. So it's just one of those memories I have of Buck, and a lot of great memories, but that was one that stands out to me.
As a 90-year-old.
As a 90-year-old, knocks it in the hole from 40-50 yards out in front of the green.
7 strikeouts for Whistler, 2 down in the 7th inning. 98 pitches, so if he gets this final out, then he has gone at least 7 innings in each of his last 3 starts, and in the previous 2 he went 8. Omar Infante with 2 down. Long run for 3 Braves, and it's Francoeur making the play in foul ground. And by the way, Carlos Beltran joins Alex Rodriguez, who hugged him as he entered the dugout. Barry Bonds, Willie Mays, and Andre Dawson, the only players in Major League history with at least 400 home runs and 300 stolen bases. Royals and the Braves, and then the Boston Red Sox will begin a 3-game series here tomorrow night. So start your week off right by coming out for the newly added Hy-Vee Value Mondays. Remember, tomorrow is a 6:05 first pitch. You can purchase any Hy-Vee View ticket for only $10 courtesy of Hy-Vee. Visit Royals.com, call 1-800-6-ROYALS, or visit your local Hy-Vee store to get those tickets today. Our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard. The Red Sox are the anti-Braves. They lead the American League in runs scored, slugging percentage, average on base percentage. David Ortiz might be second-guessing his decision to call this his last year. And the Red Sox, as we stand right now, are a game back of Baltimore in the East. Both teams are still playing. Kelvin Herrera will pitch to Gordon Beckham, Freddie Freeman, and Tyler Flowers in the top of the 8th inning.
Yeah, and Kelvin Herrera looking to get right back to form. Love to have an opportunity to get through a 1-2-3 inning here and maybe turn it over to Wade Davis.
Strike to Beckham. He is 0 for 2 with a 3rd inning walk. Herrera pitched game 1 on Friday, turned in a scoreless 8th. That was a swing, and it's 0-2. Jordan Baker is the first base umpire. Overthrew it. 1-2. Royals got 3 innings from Danny Duffy, starting in place of the injured Chris Medlin, and then 1 each from Moylan, Flynn, Hochevar, and Soria. Two and two.
Can't really say enough about what this bullpen has done today. I mean, unusual to send in 5 relievers after your starting pitcher was one of your relievers a few days ago, and have zeros on the board. So really nice job from the entire bullpen today.
And the count goes from 0-2 to 3-2. On the ground right side, Infante pulls it in. 1 down. So 1-0 Royals in the 8th inning, and that first run came in the very first inning.
Yeah, you got to go back to the first batter of the game, getting things going. Alcides Escobar with a double, and then Eric Hosmer gets a little changeup, hits it into right center field. I should have said first batter for the Royals, but nevertheless, nice job getting things on the board early in the game.
The Atlanta Braves as a team have hit 9 home runs this year. The Royals hit 9 home runs in the 4-game series in New York. The Braves have 9 all year, and Freddie Freeman has 6. It is not a great home run day at Kauffman Stadium, especially for a left-hand batter, as the wind blows in from right. Anyone in the lineup is capable of hitting a home run, but as we stand here on May the 15th, this is the guy that might scare you by going deep. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And really going back to the 3rd inning, I thought that was the key out of the game so far for the Royals, when Danny Duffy was able to get him out on the ground ball to shortstop to end that inning with 2 runners on base.
Base hit right field. Freeman is 1 for 4, and the Braves had the potential tying run on with 1 out. Well, I think we've got the answers, but let's make it official. Our sprint trivia question for today, matching up Negro Leagues players and their nicknames. So now they're lined up left to right. Jumpin' Julep Eunice Arp, Turkey Stearns, Boo Boy Ray Knox, Nancy for Buck O'Neill, and the human vacuum cleaner, Bobby Robinson.
Quite impressive that we were able to knock those out one at a time.
Piece of cake. Flowers takes a strike. Tyler Flowers is 1 for 3. He is 3 out of 7 against Herrera. Good slider down and away. No balls and 2 strikes.
Very impressive way to get things going here for Kelvin Herrera against Tyler Flowers. Throws him to fastball down and away. Comes back. Really nice breaking ball. Exactly where you want that pitch to end up.
Just got a piece of it. Still 0-2.
Get a hitter like Flowers 0-2, you're in a great situation. You do a whole lot. You can waste a pitch, maybe get him to chase something. Not a fast runner, so a chance of getting that ground ball for the double play.
Strike 3 called with a fastball. I don't think Flowers was dropping his bat because he was upset at the umpire. He's probably dropping his bat because after all that work, worried about the changeup and the breaking ball, that might have been, he's a good low ball hitter. That might have been the best pitch he had.
Yeah, he probably felt like he gave up on it a little bit too early.
Or maybe he just dropped his bat. Jeff Francoeur, 1 hop to Escobar, a flip to second, and we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is still 1-0 Royals. There's Jackie Robinson's retired number on the salute to the Negro Leagues. And thank you to the alumni who were able to join us for today's game. And a big thank you to all the fans who came out to the ballpark dressed to the nines. And now, those of you watching, you know, you can bid on the game-used autographed jerseys and hats that both teams are wearing today. All proceeds will benefit the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. So to make your bid, go to Royals.com/NLBM. I'm not sure what they're going to do with the pants, but you can bid on the jersey and the hats. Matt Whistler stays on for the 8th inning, and he jumps ahead of Dyson. No balls and 2 strikes. 101 pitches.
He's been very impressive today. He's on the attack, real good command of all of his pitches. Nice fastball. He challenges hitters, and he comes with the off pitches when he needs them. So, I'm sure the Braves are excited about his future.
We'll see how far he goes in this inning, but if he can go 8, that would be 3 straight starts where he's gone 8 innings. So on the salute to the Negro Leagues, they wear the throwback uniforms, and this is a throwback pitching performance.
Impossible to do that if you're backing up a lot of bases, giving up a lot of hits, but more importantly, he's throwing strikes.
Dyson gets the 8th inning going. Down into the corner. Francoeur has that great arm, and Dyson will hold with a double. But Dyson picked a great spot for his first hit of the day.
Yeah, Gerard Dyson say, get that fastball out of here. I can turn on this one, gets it up in the strike zone. Got the bad head out in front. Very well placed for Gerard Dyson. No doubt about his speed.
And the Braves are going to stay with Whistler. They have a righty and a lefty ready in the bullpen. They're probably assuming that Escobar is going to bunt. Breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. Bud Norris is the righty. Hunter Cervenka is the lefty. .105 pitches for Whistler. His season high is 115. Escobar bunts it foul, and it's 0-2.
Notice he's thrown 2 breaking balls in these bunt situations. A lot of debate over what's the easiest pitch to bunt. I always felt like if I get a situation where a guy's going to be putting a bunt down, I like throwing a breaking ball. Some people say, hey, you're doing him a favor, you're throwing a pitch, it's breaking down, there's a better chance he's going to get it on the ground. But that's what I've seen a lot of on breaking balls, foul balls off home plate.
Danny and I have debated that for 18 years. Now, we're just a couple of college players, but I was a bunt the fastball guy, and he's a bunt the breaking ball guy. And that argument will flare up, and he'll go down to the field and pull all the hitters, and it's usually about 50-50. About half the guys like to bunt a breaking ball, and the other half a fastball.
They probably don't like bunting 99 miles an hour.
Right. Just got a piece of it, still 0-2. And bunting a guy that's got a funky pitching motion, or maybe a lot of movement on his fastball. Blocked by Flowers. 1-2 on Escobar.
Very important for Alcides Escobar. Shorten up a little bit, hit the ball to the right side, get Gerard Dyson at third.
Did he get a piece? He did. Not a very emphatic call by the home plate umpire, Mike Estabrook. Yep. Set up for a fastball or stay with the breaking ball?
I wouldn't be surprised if he throws a breaking ball again.
And that one stayed out over the plate. Rusty Kuntz gets out of the way and loses his helmet. The Royals scored in the first inning. Nobody has scored since. Dyson at second base with nobody out. Just foul outside of third. And Whistler, by the way, is doing a good job of managing Gerard Dyson here. He's pretty quick to the plate, and he is varying his tempo. He's varying his looks at second base. You get the feeling Dyson wants to go and just can't.
And one of the things that Roger McDowell, his pitching coach, told me today, he's really growing into himself as far as being a complete pitcher, and that's part of being a complete pitcher, is controlling that running game. More than just throwing strikes, more than just having good stuff, your ability to pitch effectively in situations like this while keeping runners like Gerard Dyson from stealing bases.
Including the bunt attempt, Alcides Escobar has fouled off 9 pitches in this at-bat. And now Whistler is at 113 with his pitch count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's why he is pitching into the 8th inning. No inning with more than 17 pitches.
That's very impressive.
But in this inning, he has thrown 15 and has not recorded an out. Another foul ball.
Well, pitchers, pitching coaches, managers, everyone involved hates to see those high pitch counts, especially in the first, second, third inning of a ball game, and oftentimes that's exactly what we see.
So he's tied his season high with 115 pitches. Up the right field line, get down, base hit. Alcides Escobar with a 12-pitch at bat is out at second base on a great throw by Francoeur. But more importantly, he drives in Gerard Dyson. And he landed heavy on his ankle going into second base. Dyson also got a great read. He knew right away that that ball was going to be down.
You know, no doubt that Gerard Dyson was going to score. It's just a matter of what was going to happen after that, because Alcides Escobar really reaches down and almost picks the ball up off the ground with his bat. Really nice little lob job out in the right field.
The Royals are going to challenge this. Looked like he got in there. And you know that with Ibar falling down on his ankle and Escobar went hobbling around, I don't think it was that. His spikes got stuck.
Yeah, it was right before
on his slide.
Right before he got to second base, it looked like his spike did get caught. Hopefully he can shake that off and be full speed. And this may very well get overturned.
Crowd reacts as they see the same replay that we did up on Crown Vision.
We'll take a look here at his spike. You can see on that left leg, the lead leg, spikes first.
Boy, he's lucky that he didn't injure himself worse than that.
Sure enough.
You dislocate an ankle, you can break an ankle doing that.
Still like it when guys slide feet first. Really do.
Yeah.
Looks like Frenchie out in right field. He's not lost a bit off that throwing arm.
Out. Wow. Well, it has to be clear and convincing, and maybe Ibar's leg was in the way where I think you could pretty much figure out that he was safe, but I don't know if the actual video provided clear and convincing. It looks like his foot hits the bag, but Ibar's left leg blocks it. You don't know if Escobar is into the bag or if he is into Ibar's leg first, so the call stands. Whistler is out of the game. The Royals lead is 2-0. There's 1 down in the 8th inning. down, but he did better than that. He singled in Gerard Dyson. Hunter Cervenka in to face Alex Gordon. A curveball's in for a strike. So Whistler goes 7 in the third innings and gives up 2 runs. Breaking ball that's hit to right center field, and Francoeur took a bad angle and it gets by him and goes to the wall. So that challenge is big for the Braves, even though common sense would tell you that Escobar got to the bag before the tag. There was no clear and convincing evidence. That just saved a run.
Sure did, and Cervenka got ahead with that breaking ball, came back again. Alex Gordon had a little different thoughts on the second pitch. Nice piece of hitting by Alex.
Now another left-hand batter in Eric Hosmer. The Royals put an end to Cervenka's impressive scoreless streaks on Friday night. They scored 3 runs against him. First of all, he had retired 30 consecutive batters, and Lorenzo Cain ended that right away with a single leading off the 8th inning. And then Kendrys Morales drove in Cain, putting an end to Cervenka's long scoreless streak, 10 in the third innings. That was a Braves record for a pitcher just starting his career. And now, in his very next appearance, he allows a leadoff double.
You know, Cervenka's issues have been command related for the most part, even though he's had a lot of scoreless innings. Had walked more than hits. Tough to do.
Hosmer walked against Cervenka in the 8th inning on Friday night. He has 2 more hits today. He drove in the Royals' first run back in the first, getting Escobar to the plate, and then he doubled in the 6th. Skips away from Flowers, and that gets Alex to third. So now Hosmer could make an out, and the Royals could get their 3rd run of the game.
Going to the breaking ball again, wants to finish off the plate, but not that far off the plate. Really difficult pitch for Flowers to try to keep in front of him.
So 1-2 on Hosmer with the infield in. Slider got him looking. Two down in the 8th. Today's copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Kansas City Royals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Club. Ryan with Joel Goldberg. The Braves are going to make a pitching change. So Cervenka is out, and Bud Norris comes into the game. So the Royals have lost 5 consecutive series. You go back to 2 homestands ago when they took 2 out of 3 from the Orioles, who are the hottest thing going in the big leagues right now, and have a 2-0 lead in the 8th inning. And meanwhile, the Atlanta Braves, they won 1 series all season long.
Yeah, and you really felt like coming in, it would be a great opportunity for the Royals to get things right. Last night had the setback, but nice to see them out today. Great pitching performance from everybody who's come in from this bullpen. And you want to try to find ways to get it done against teams that are down, and certainly the Braves being down during the course of this year.
And this will be a very unique victory if the Royals can hang on and hang on to the shutout. The Royals had never used more than 5 pitchers in team history to combine for a shutout, and assuming that we see Wade Davis and he's warming up in the bullpen, this would be a 7-pitcher shutout.
And I think the impressive thing is, how many times have we heard our guest from the 6th inning, Denny Matthews, talk about the more guys you bring in from the bullpen, the more chances someone's not going to have their A game on during that given day. And sure enough, today, a lot of zeros across the board.
Davis getting ready for Inciarte, Darno, and Smith. Our Dodge drives of the game. 2 runs scored by the Royals today.
Yeah, top part of the lineup doing the job here. You can see Gerard Dyson get things going in the 8th inning here. Alcides Escobar, nice little piece of hitting, getting him in. That a huge insurance run. And I can tell you, Wade Davis appreciates this. He'd love to see more, but getting that second one's huge.
Well, I've been telling you and showing you how much better Kendrys Morales has been on the right side of the plate as opposed to the left side. And the Braves obviously are aware of that, so they bring in a righty to move Kendrys over to the left side. And that's who Bud Norris will get, with Gordon at third base and 2 down. A run in for the Royals and a 2-0 lead. Bud Norris was part of a game that won't be forgotten in Royals history. Game 4 of the 2014 American League Championship Series, or Game 2, excuse me. He was a starting pitcher for the Baltimore Orioles, and the Royals scored 4 runs against him in 4 1/3 innings. He had been pitching very well going into that start. The Orioles were the heavily favored team in that championship series. The Royals won that game 2 and came back to Kauffman Stadium with a 2-0 lead, and of course swept that series. Kendrys isn't thrilled with that call, and he's down in the count 1-2.
Borderline, but as a pitcher you love it, hitter you hate it. Pitch was right there, could have gone either way.
Riding away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, Morales chasing a bad pitch down and out of the strike zone. The Royals do add a run. A couple of doubles, 3 hits. Escobar drives in Dyson, and Wade Davis has 2 runs to work with. the Missouri Lottery. Every ticket you play gives back to schools across Missouri, so play it forward with the Missouri Lottery. By Menards, save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by your Midwest Ford dealers, visit your MidwestFordDealers.com. Sunny day and the fans wearing their giveaway fedoras, courtesy of KSHB Channel 41. 2-0 Royals. A run in the first, a run in the eighth. Royals bullpen. And that's just outside of Danny Duffy, but Duffy's been pitching out of the bullpen all year, but Duffy was the starter. So the bullpen has chipped in with 5 scoreless innings, and now Wade Davis going for his 9th save, facing Inciarte, d'Arnaud, and Smith.
Ryan, this first save opportunity for Wade Davis since May 1st. So 2 weeks ago today was the last time in Seattle.
Wow. He did close out the game. Oh, no, he didn't. I take that back. Little bloop, and that's into center field for a base hit. As I say, close out the game on Friday in a non-safe situation, but he did not. It was Joakim Soria who closed it out. So Inciarte has his first hit, and the Braves have the leadoff man on for Chase d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud in the 7th inning doubled against Soria, and that's when the Royals had a 1-0 lead. So the Braves had the tying run at second base with nobody out and did not score. And the Royals got some breaks in that inning. Malik Smith trying to bunt d'Arnaud to third, popped up a bunt to Salvador Perez, and then Kelly Johnson hit a ground ball to Escobar, and d'Arnaud tried to go to third. Escobar threw him out. Markakis grounded out, and that was the end of that. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes.
Even though Wade Davis has been very effective the entire season, that insurance run in the 8th inning will be huge. Changes in his entire approach.
Three balls and no strikes.
And one thing that's a closer, you pitch to the situation. You want to pitch to contact. 2-run game here. Inciarte, you want to pitch to contact. You want to try to find ways, make them put the ball in play. Like to see him get right back here. He can challenge d'Arnaud here. Maybe get that ground ball.
Nope, a 4-pitch walk. And the Braves have 2 on with nobody out. Coming up after the game, Boulevard Royals Live with Joel and Monty. The Royals are trying for the first time in team history to complete a 7-pitcher shutout. They had never pitched a shutout with more than 5 pitchers before. Duffy for 3, and then Moylan 1, Flynn 1, Hochevar 1, Soria 1, Herrera 1, and now Davis deals with 2 on and nobody out against Malik Smith, who tried to lay down a sacrifice bunt his last time up, and he popped it up. In the plate appearance before that, he did get a sacrifice bunt down. He's swinging and he takes a strike. Ground ball past Hosmer. A run scores, and now Smith is caught in a rundown, and he is out. Huge play for the Royals. Wade Davis is plenty capable of getting out of a runner at third and 1 out, but for a moment there it looked like it was going to be first and third and nobody out.
Yeah, just another mistake here by the Atlanta Braves on the base paths that could really lead to a huge difference maker.
So 9-6-3. Royals will bring the infield in for Eric Ibar. Ibar came on as a pinch runner in the 7th inning and stayed in the game at shortstop.
As a pitcher, you're looking for a pop-up or a strikeout in this situation.
Fastball at the knees over the outside.
You got the infield in, but the batter's averages go up about 100 points when you pull the infield in. So love to get the ball a little pop-up in the infield.
Little bloop, and that'll tie it up. Wade Davis suffers his first save this year. His first blown save since becoming the Royals' full-time closer last year after the injury to Greg Holland. And the Atlanta Braves get 4 consecutive base runners to begin the 9th inning. So there you go, all the way back to September 27th. Wade Davis had been perfect in save opportunities. And now Markakis with Ibar at first and 1 out. Breaking ball is down and away. On the ground to Infante. 2 outs, and now the go-ahead run moves up to second base.
Going to take a look out in the Royals bullpen. Not a lot of bodies out there, as we know. 7th pitcher today for the Royals. All those guys essentially relief pitchers, so could be up to Wade Davis for more than an inning today.
Reed Brignac is going to bat for Gordon Beckham. Brignac appears for the first time in the series, and all he has to do is come off the bench and face Wade Davis. A 183 hitter is a pinch hitter. Ender Enciarte hit a bloop into center field. Nothing Wade Davis can do about that. But Chase Darno reached on 4 straight pitches. A 4-pitch walk. Smith hit the ball hard and singled to right field, driving in the first run, and then Ibar hits a little bloop into right field. So only 1 ball has been hit hard. And I'd imagine that if you were to go to the mound right now and talk to Wade Davis, which I don't think would be a good idea, but if you did and asked him what play bothers him the most so far in this inning, I would guess it would be the 4-pitch walk to Darno.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Royals have dealt with a lot of walks during the course of this season. A lot of those walks have come in to score.
2-1 on Brignac. 2 balls and 2 strikes. One-time teammates here, Brignac and Wade Davis with Tampa Bay. Struck him out. But the Braves get 2 in the top of the 9th inning. So we go to the bottom of the 9th. The Royals will have Salvador Perez, Chesler Cuthbert, and Paulo Orlando. Royals baseball is brought to you by Ram Trucks. Guts, glory, Ram. Tied at 2 to the bottom of the 9th inning. 33,861 are watching it. Reed Brignac, who batted for Beckham, stays in at third base, and Bud Norris, who got the final out of the 8th, stays in for the 9th. And Salvador Perez trying to end it with that swing, fouls it away. Royals scored a run in the 1st inning. They added a run in the 8th and had Wade Davis coming in. And the Braves scored 2 runs in the 9th inning. Popped up. Brignac to his dugout, and he has room. Norris finished off the Royals in the 8th inning with a strikeout against Morales. And the Braves had Vizcaíno ready to go, but Freddie Gonzalez stayed with Norris. And now Chesler Cuthbert 0 for 3 today with a couple of strikeouts, all of those at bats against Matt Whistler. Slider is down and away for ball 1. It's only the 2nd extra inning game for the Royals this year, and this is game number 37. Well, we're not in extra innings yet, but the Royals have not gone into extra innings. They have not played many long games where they've had to stretch out their bullpen, except the difference today is that the Royals in 9 innings used 7 pitchers.
Yeah, that's going to be a factor. We got Scott Alexander warming up for the Royals, so it looks like Wade Davis's work is done today. Let's hope the Royals can put an end to the game here in the bottom of the 9th.
Right field and right at Jeff Francoeur, and there are 2 down. The only other extra inning game the Royals have played this year was a 10-inning game against Minnesota back on April the 11th, which they won 4-3. That was the wild pitch. Terrence Gore dashing down from third to win it for the Royals and complete a sweep. Paulo Orlando single to right field in the 2nd inning. 1 for 3. Darno over to first. And now the Royals have played their 2nd extra inning game of the year. The 10th inning. Extra innings is brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. So that other extra inning game, April the 11th, Terrence Gore, a pinch runner, going first to third on a errant pickoff by Trevor May. And then with Lorenzo Cain at the plate, Gore coming down the line, game over. So just the second extra inning game for the Royals this year.
And that's what speed do.
Scott Alexander is the 8th Royals pitcher today. Only Chin-Ming Wong is available out in the bullpen. And a strike to Freeman. He wasn't very happy with that. Freddie Freeman is 1 for 4. Freeman, Flowers, and Francoeur. One ball and 1 strike. The Braves scored 2 in the 9th inning against Wade Davis. Wade Davis officially began his role as Royals closer in September of last year when the Royals found out that Greg Holland was done for the year. He had been 16 out of 16 in save opportunities. That includes the end of last year, the postseason, and this year. Alexander takes care of Freeman, and there's 1 down in the 10th inning.
Real nice work here by Scott Alexander. Getting the toughest hitter in the Braves lineup. First batter of the 10th inning. Nice job on starting this inning off clean.
One down to Tyler Flowers. 0-1. Flowers has not homered this year, but he has more home runs and RBIs against the Royals than against any other team. Deep and foul.
He hit a big home run against the Royals in Chicago off James Shields. I think it was Shields' first start of the season. Really cold night or day game maybe.
Opening day 2013. Shields and Chris Sale, and it was a 1-0 game thanks to the Tyler Flowers home run. Right field, Paulo Orlando is back and in front of the track, makes the play. Jeff Francoeur 1 for 4. Back at Kauffman Stadium for the first time since that 2013 season. With the Royals 2011, 2012, 2013. His 2011 season was the best of his career. 20 home runs, 22 stolen bases, 47 doubles. And Francoeur was not the type of player that you figured would have a 2020 season, but he joined Carlos Beltran, Bo Jackson, and Amos Otis as the only players with 20 home runs and 20 stolen bases in 1 year.
Was Melky Cabrera part of that outfield?
That's right.
He had a nice comeback as a Royal as well.
You're right. That was out of the strike zone, 1-2, and we showed you the 47 doubles. Alex Gordon, Melky Cabrera, and Jeff Francoeur all had at least 40 doubles that year. That was the first time in Major League history that 3 outfielders on one team had at least 40 doubles. 1-2. That's back into the crowd.
The other thing that was impressive about that trio in the outfield was their throwing ability. So many assists from the outfield from those 3 guys. It was nice to watch.
Struck him out on a pitch down and out of the strike zone. Scott Alexander gets the job done in the top of the 10th. And in the bottom half, it's Omar Infante, Gerard Dyson, and Alcides Escobar. Final and deciding game of this 3-game series. In the bottom of the first, Eric Hosmer drove in Alcides Escobar, and the Royals led 1-0 until the 8th inning. And Alcides Escobar in a 12-pitch at-bat bloops it to right, scores Dyson for a 2-0 lead, but then in the 9th inning, Inciarte singled, Darno walked, Smith singled in a run, and then Eric Ibar blooped a base hit into right field. That scored Darno. A blown save for Wade Davis. And now here we are in the 10th, and there's a base hit left field. Omar Infante has his first hit of the game.
Great way to get things going here in the bottom of the 10th inning. He's got a nice pitch to handle, does a nice job, and going left field with this one, setting up the table here for Gerard Dyson here. I have a pretty good idea what's going to happen next.
Dyson does not have a bunt hit yet this year. Would be nice if he was a little more confident with that right now to try and bunt for a base hit. If he gets a hit, 2 on, nobody out. If he makes an out, well, then you've got a runner at second with 1 out. He does have 2 sacrifice bunts this year.
I like that strategy. Even if he doesn't get the runner over, he can steal second base on the first pitch.
Brignac is in at third. He's on the grass. And Dyson takes down and away, ball 1. Dyson got the 8th inning started with a double and scored on an Escobar base hit. That was a 12-pitch at bat and gave the Royals a 2-0 lead. Outside, 2-0. How about a hit and run right here? Monty, he's probably going to lay one in there, thinking that Dyson's going to lay one down. You got the corners crashing in. Dyson wouldn't have to hit it very hard to get it by them.
Yeah, a lot of lanes open up.
Or the old fake bunt and slash. And Dyson missed the bunt attempt. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Pretty good pitch to bunt right there. Ball's down on the strike zone. Bunt to top, half the ball.
Three balls and 1 strike. Or how about a walk?
I think that would be just fine.
Well, when the Braves scored 2 in the 9th inning against Wade Davis, the sequence was single, walk. The Royals have the single from Omar Infante, and now 3-1 on Dyson. And he bunts it fair. Just in time. Brignac really had to make a difficult decision there. That ball looked like it had a chance to go foul, but he could not afford for it to stay fair. And in the bottom of the 10th inning, the Royals have 2 on and nobody out.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was curious on what was going to happen with that ball bunted softly down the third base line. Perfect bunt by Gerard Dyson. Can't wait long, though, with his speed.
Well, that ball hit the edge of the grass there, so it was redirecting to the left, but that's a chance that he can't take. So the winning runs at second base for Alcides Escobar. He has 3 of the Royals' 10 hits. He has scored a run. He has driven in a run. Down and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Escobar's last at bat in the 8th inning was a 12-pitch at bat with 9 foul balls. And then he got a base hit to right field on a pitch that was way down and away, and took a one-handed swing and got it into right to score Dyson. Into right field. Francoeur is back. Infante tags, and he'll advance to third. And now Alex Gordon will come up, and Freddie Gonzalez has a lefty in the bullpen. Ian Kroll is out of the Braves bullpen. Winning run at third, 2 down, bottom of the 10th. Infante opened the inning with a base hit. Gerard Dyson bunted him to second. Now Alcides Escobar's fly ball got him to third. Freddie Gonzalez goes to his bullpen to get Ian Kroll, who appeared in the game last night and struck out Alex Gordon. And he hit him. Infante came down the line hoping that the pitch just got away from Flowers, but it got Alex. If it didn't nick his arm, then maybe it just hit his jersey.
Alex looked a little frustrated. I think he wanted a chance to swing the bat right there.
Also last night, Ian Kroll, while he was into the game, struck out Eric Hosmer, and now it's Hosmer to the plate. Roger McDowell comes out to talk it over, and there is a so-called open base being second base. This isn't typically an open base situation. It's usually when first base is unoccupied, but because of the situation, 2-2 in the bottom of the 10th, nobody matters right now except for Omar Infante. So you got Hosmer at the plate, you got Morales on deck, who's really struggling, but Morales has only been struggling from one side of the plate. Hosmer is 2 for 4 with a double and an RBI. Fastball in for a strike at 95.
The Braves have a huge shift on against Eric Hosmer. Essentially 3 on the right side. Brignac playing back at third. Eric Hosmer, the only Royal with a bunt for a hit this year.
Fouled it back. No balls, 2 strikes.
Wasn't going to surprise me if he wasn't going to drop one down third. A lot of ground over there. Had a nice pitch to hit him.
Ground ball up the middle off of Kroll's glove, but he recovers and sends the game to the 11th inning. So the Royals strand 2. Infante started the inning with a base hit. He got to third base. And that was almost a costly mistake by Kroll. That ground ball would have gone right to the shortstop Ibar if untouched. The 11th inning. The Braves have used 4 pitchers. The Royals have used 8 pitchers. Only Chin Ming Wong is available out of the bullpen unless Ned Yost wants to use a starter or a position player, but he has Kane, Butera, and Colon on the bench. Scott Alexander took over in the 10th inning and got the Braves in order with a couple of strikeouts. Freddie Gonzalez is the reverse of Ned Yost. Freddie Gonzalez has Plenty of arms available in the bullpen, but only one position player left, and that's A.J. Pierzynski. Ender Inciarte opened the ninth inning with a bloop single to center field against Wade Davis, and scored one of 2 runs in the ninth inning to send this into extra innings. 2-1.
Yeah, very clean inning, nice inning from Alexander last inning here. I'd like to see him put the same thing on the board here in the top of the 11th inning.
Inside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Same hitters are coming up in the 11th as the hitters that tied the game in the 9th. Inciarte, d'Arnaud, and Smith. 3-2. Inciarte trying to flinch and maybe distract Scott Alexander. Strike 3 over the inside. And Inciarte has struck out 3 times today, and that's the 2nd time he's had a problem with Mike Estabrook's strike zone.
Well, his last strikeout, there was a little question. On this one, I think it's a pretty good pitch. Too close to take. There were 2 strikes.
And now Chase d'Arnaud. Let's go to Joel.
Well, guys, we're getting late enough and no sun right now that during that last break, the umpire's crew chief asked them to turn the lights on, so you'll start to see the lights beginning to flicker on as we move on here in the 11th.
We just noticed that during the last half inning that it seemed dark. Dark for the major leagues, that is. In the minor leagues, these guys have played in much worse conditions when it comes to light. d'Arnaud really had the key plate appearance to get the Braves going in the 9th inning. We mentioned the Inciarte base hit, and then Davis walked d'Arnaud on 4 straight pitches. So that put 2 on with nobody out, and then the back-to-back base hits by Smith and Ibar to tie the game. Outside, 1-2. The Royals have used Danny Duffy, Peter Moylan, Brian Flynn, Luke Hochevar, Joaquim Soria, Kelvin Herrera, Wade Davis, and now Scott Alexander. It'll pop up. Paulo comes up in right field, and there are 2 down. MLB.TV Premium is the #1 live streaming sports service. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD at home, in the office, or on the go. Get real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch-by-pitch tracking, and more. Two down to Malik Smith. Trying to bunt and missing. 0-1. Swing, yes. Ed Hickox is the third base umpire.
Nice job by using that breaking ball by Scott Alexander. Tough lefty on lefty match. He's got a nice breaking ball, put away breaking ball. A lot of times you see guys get those first 2 outs and they nibble a little bit to go away from their game, but nice to see Alexander on the attack.
And it's chopped out to Infante. He gets a nice big hop, and the Royals are coming up in the bottom of the 11th inning. A chance to win it again. Kendrys Morales, Salvador Perez, and Cheslor Cuthbert. will lead off the bottom of the 11th inning. And the Braves have a new pitcher, Arodys Vizcaíno. 15 games, a 1.26 ERA, big strikeouts, 22 strikeouts in 14 in the third innings.
He's got a lively arm, and the most important thing about his arm right now is the fact that it's a right-handed arm, and that's why they're going to go with the righty, get to keep Morales on that left-handed batter's box.
Otherwise, Freddie Gonzalez could have stayed with Ian Kroll, who only faced 2 batters in the 10th inning. Kendrys is 0 for 4. One of his outs was a fly ball to the warning track in right field in the 6th inning. And if he had hit that ball right now, he would win the game. But in the 6th inning, that wind was really blowing in from right field, and he hit it high enough for the wind to knock it down. And look at the disparity between this side of the plate and the right side. 1 ball and 1 strike. That fastball arriving at 97 miles an hour.
And watching Kendrys Morales, there really is nothing apparent compared to what he did last year from his swing standpoint. Everything looks exactly the same. He's just not seeing the baseball from the left side.
He was late on back-to-back fastballs, and I pointed this out earlier in the game, and it's resulted in a couple of strikeouts today, but just chasing a lot of pitches down and out of the strike zone. Left field coming up is Inciarte. He almost overran it, and he makes the play. So a good swing going the other way. Another issue that Morales has had to deal with is being a bit pole happy, and teams are just stacking the right side. So the right idea to try the left side, but hit it right to Inciarte.
Yeah, nice swing. Unfortunately, right at him.
Salvador Perez with 1 out. Tyler Flowers hesitated in returning that ball back to Vizcaíno. Surprised that Mike Estabrook didn't call it a strike.
That was a borderline pitch.
Laid off it. 2-0. Popped up. Ibar is out, and Inciarte calls him off. Those two nearly collided in the first inning of game 1. And now it's Cheslor Cuthbert with 2 down. Nobody throwing in the Royals bullpen, so if we get to the 12th inning, it'll be Scott Alexander for a 3rd inning. Alexander's set down all 6 Braves hitters he's faced. Breaking ball for a strike.
Vizcaíno read his scouting report. He knows that Cheslor Cuthbert loves that fastball. Great fastball hitter.
And that should reach the seats, and it does, into the 2nd row and into the Royals dugout. Long game, 11 innings, so the crowd is thinned out quite a bit, but the announced attendance today, 33,861 in the annual salute to the Negro Leagues and dressed to the nines. And the ball bounces away. Flowers down to Freeman, and we head to the 12th inning. Vizcaíno gets the job done. It's the Royals 2 and the Braves 2. Led 2-0 into the 9th, and the Braves scored 2 against Wade Davis. And now both teams have been scoreless for 2. Scott Alexander, the Royals' 8th pitcher today, is going to try and give Ned Yost 3 innings. Chin-Ming Wong is just starting to play catch out in the Royals bullpen. Wong is the only available pitcher beyond Scott Alexander. Eric Ibar, who tied the game in the 9th inning, leads off the 12th, and he takes a strike. Ibar, sorry, Monty, came on as a pinch runner in the 7th inning and then tied it with a base hit in the 9th.
And if you're Scott Alexander, you certainly understand the importance of getting through these innings. You never know just how many innings you may have to go to give your team a chance. Like being a home team in these situations, though.
Top of the order after Ibar, Markakis and Brignac. 1-2 on Ibar, who is hitting 189. That was just his 5th RBI of the year. This is his 35th game. Down and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Full count.
And Ryan, looking at this Braves roster, there are a lot of guys like Ibar that have been around both leagues for a number of years. So this is not necessarily a real young group of players.
Fourth strikeout for Alexander in 2 1/3 innings. Yeah, Monty, to your point, we were, when the Braves, you hear about rebuilding and a bad record, so you immediately start thinking about a lot of young players. But stop me when I get to a young player. Ready?
Ready.
Nick Markakis, Gordon Beckham, Reed Brignac, Freddie Freeman, Tyler Flowers, Jeff Francoeur, Ender Inciarte.
Maybe.
Swing and a miss, Markakis. After him, Chase Darno. Malik Smith is a young player. Daniel Castro doesn't have a lot of major league experience, but not necessarily young. Now to Infante. That'll take care of Markakis, and there are 2 down. Then you got Kelly Johnson, Eric Ibar, A.J. Pierzynski. So really only 2 or 3 guys that you would consider a young player who is still developing as a major leaguer.
And that's the surprising part about their lack of run production, is the fact that they have a lot of guys who understand what it takes to manufacture runs, if nothing else.
Reed Brignac. Came on as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning against Wade Davis. Teammates with the Tampa Bay Rays, and Wade struck him out. Brignac was the Rays' 2nd-round pick 12 years ago. 10 years ago, he was their minor league player of the year. And 8 years ago, Brignac made his big league debut against the Royals. Still 0-2. Ground ball, base hit left field. So Brignac down in the count, goes the other way. And the Braves have a runner with 2 outs. And that brings Freddie Freeman to the plate. And now Alexander has gone through the entire lineup. His outing began in the 10th inning against Freeman, and he struck him out. Outside, ball 1. Infante plays the short hop out on the grass. Scott Alexander, who pitched an inning and 2/3 last night. The Royals really needed him today, and he's given the Royals 3 scoreless innings.
Great job, Scott Alexander.
Tie. Excellent job by Scott Alexander today with 3 scoreless innings. Only gave up 1 hit. Extra Innings is brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Red Sox are here for 3 tomorrow night. Remember, tomorrow night is a 6:05 start. Giordano Ventura against Rick Porcello, who had an awful year last year. He's 6-1 this year. Ian Kennedy against David Price, who's 5-1, but his ERA is 6. And then Edinson Volquez against the knuckleballer Stephen Wright. All 3 games right here on Fox Sports Kansas City. Arodys Vizcaíno pitched the 11th for Atlanta. He got Morales, Perez, and Cuthbert. And now it's Orlando, Infante, and Dyson. jammed, and an easy play for Freeman. Ned Yost also has Lorenzo Cain, Christian Colon, and Drew Butera on the bench.
It's a time of the game when the guys at the plate with those bats, their bats start to get a little heavier, a little more difficult to make things happen.
Concentration isn't what it was in the earlier innings. And a lot of times the reason why games like this, once you get into the later innings, that the offense just flattens out is because guys get tired and say, I'm just going to go hit a home run and try and win this game. And that almost never works. So guys start getting out of their approach. And in the extra innings, the Royals have 1 hit and 2 base runners. The Braves have only 1 base runner. 0-2 on Infante. Ground ball to short. Ibar backhands and throws him out.
Brian, I remember an extra inning game, summertime, hot Detroit, hot, humid. Remember Mickey Tettleton?
Yes.
I'm facing Mickey Tettleton. He fouls the ball, breaks his bat, and he starts to walk toward the dugout to get a new bat. And he just said, you know what, I'm too tired. I'm just going to use a broken bat. So he used a broken bat to finish his plate appearance. I don't remember what happened, but I'll never forget, he was so tired he wouldn't go get a new bat.
Breaking ball strike to Dyson. Gerard doubled and scored an insurance run in the 8th inning that gave the Royals a 2-0 lead. Fooled by a breaking ball down. No balls, 2 strikes.
See Gerard find a way to get on base here. Scratch him a single, do something, get on, steal second, put him in a position to win this game this inning. 2 outs, 0-2 is never over.
You know, looking back at that 8th inning, I'm reminded Dyson doubled, Escobar singled to score Dyson. Escobar tried to stretch it into a double. He was called out. The play was challenged. It sure looked like Escobar was safe, but there wasn't clear and convincing evidence. The next batter, Alex Gordon, doubled. So that could have been a second run in the 8th inning. Vizcaíno gets Dyson, and we head to the 13th inning. So only a combined 3 base runners for both teams in innings 10, 11, and 12. Chin-Ming Wang will pitch for the Royals. 2 tie. The Royals scored in the 1st and the 8th innings. The Braves scored 2 in the 9th. This is what Freddie Gonzalez's lineup card looks like. He has A.J. Pierzynski on the bench, and in the bullpen, Eric O'Flaherty, Jason Grilli, and Alexi Ogando. Now on the Royals side, Ned Yost still has Lorenzo Cain, Drew Butera, and Christian Colon, but with Chin-Ming Wang taking over in the 13th inning, his bullpen is empty. Now he does have Drew Butera, who has pitched 3 times in his career.
And it looks like he's wearing his pitcher spikes.
Look at those things right out of the box. Flowers takes a strike. Fancy dancy. Tyler Flowers is 1 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. Chin-Ming Wang pitched in the game last night. He gave up 1 run, 3 hits in an inning and a third. Also allowed an inherited run to score that was charged to Scott Alexander. 1 ball and 2 strikes. But maybe more importantly about Chin-Ming Wang's outing last night, in an inning and a third, he threw 29 pitches. He is the 9th, count him, 9th pitcher for the Royals today. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Right, a lot of times when you're pitching in the role that Chin-Ming Wang is pitching during the course of the season, you don't have a lot of opportunities to pitch in games that are, you know, really close games, extra inning games. So this will be a nice test for him.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Royals have used Duffy, Moylan, Flynn, Hochevar, Soria, Herrera, Davis, Alexander, and now Wang. Still 3-2. This is the 3rd time this season that Chin-Ming Wang has pitched in back-to-back days, in case you were wondering. I was wondering. Strike 3 called. Tyler Flowers will be fitted with a golden sombrero. 4 strikeouts, 3 called.
He's been the victim of some very, very nice strike 3 calls on the day. One thing about Wang too is the more he pitches, probably the better he's going to be with that sinker. Oftentimes sinker ballers, they get a little bit strong. They don't have quite the same location and the same stuff as when they are maybe worn down just a hair.
While Orlando waits for it in right field, Jeff Francoeur is the second out. Yeah, you hear that about a fatigued sinker ball pitcher. Less velocity, more movement. So he's gotten the first 2. And now he'll get Ender Enciarte. What do you think, Ned Yost maybe get 2 innings out of Chin-Ming Wang?
I would think so, if needed.
Now, Scott Alexander, we pointed out, he went an inning and 2/3 last night, and Ned got 3 out of him today. Enciarte fouls it back. Enciarte started the 2-run inning in the 9th with a single against Wade Davis. He scored the first run. Altogether 1 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. 1-1. He does not want to join his teammate Tyler Flowers with a 4-strikeout game. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Coming up on 4 hours. Game started at 1:15. It is now 5:13. Three balls and 1 strike. On deck is Chase Darno.
If you're wanting, you got to work back into this count. Don't lose a batter with a walk.
Full count. Important game for both teams. The Royals have lost 5 consecutive series. The Braves have only won 1 series all year, and that was a sweep against the Marlins. Another 3-2, and that's a walk. So Inciarte is on for Darno. The Yankees did hang on and beat the White Sox. So a win would gain the Royals a game in the Central Division. Cleveland also lost to Minnesota, another team the Royals are chasing in the Central.
I think the big importance of this game is the fact, like you mentioned, you're playing a Braves team that's down, but you also just finished playing a 4-game set against the Yankees, who are also down. So it's been 3 weeks today since the Royals have won a series.
In there for a strike to Darno. Older brother of Travis Darno, catcher for the Mets. Chase is 2 years older. Originally out of the Pirates organization, where he was a shortstop. And they sure look a lot alike. Out of play. Read a story where last year in September, Chase was playing for the Phillies and Travis for the Mets, and the 2 teams played in September, and here's Chase coming to the plate with Travis behind the plate, and the Mets struck out Chase Darno, and after the game Travis said, I remembered from some of the tape ball games in the old driveway that Chase is susceptible to a backdoor slider, so that's what I called for.
Unfair.
So that's a scouting report that goes way, way back. But even though Chase struck out, man, what a great thrill. I mean, it's hard enough to just get to the big leagues, but then get to the big leagues and play against your brother. 1-2. Escobar, that's under his glove. Inciarte stops at second base. Alex overran it, but Inciarte had already stopped. That's a base hit for Darno. And now 2 on with 2 out.
Wong's going to get the ground ball that he's looking for. Unfortunately, just out of the reach of Alcides Escobar. Maybe in the 1st or 2nd inning, makes that play. 13th inning, not so much. I'd say the guy I'm impressed with is Salvador Perez. after last night's game, getting dinged up, and out here today for 13 innings. Day game after a night game.
Ned was pointing toward the game on Wednesday against Boston for potentially giving him a day off. That may change.
Yes.
And now Malik Smith. Smith had a good play and a bad play all wrapped up into one in the 9th inning. He singled, scoring the Braves' first run in their 2-run 9th inning, but then got caught in between first and second base, and the Royals got an out. Otherwise the Braves would have had runners at first and third and nobody out, so he made a base running mistake. And then back in the 7th with a runner at second and nobody out, he fouled out on a bunt. Chopped over the mound. Infante has led right to the bag. I don't know if he could have made that play and not stepped on second base. So Chin-Ming Wong gives up a couple of runners with 2 outs. The Braves fail to score. We go to the bottom of the 13th with the top of the order coming up. Coming to the plate for the 6th time today. Bottom of the 13th in a 2-2 tie, and it'll be Eric O'Flaherty. Now Ned Yost has used all of his relievers. Freddie Gonzalez still has 2 more after O'Flaherty, so he'll get the right-hand hitting Alcides Escobar and then 2 left-hand hitters in Alex Gordon and Eric Hosmer.
Yeah, O'Flaherty guy's got the big breaking ball, live arm. Not one of those guys coming in. Hopefully, Braves thinking they can equalize the lefties. Got Alcides Escobar right-handed, and they got a couple lefties coming out.
Close, but ball 1 to Esky. Way back in the 1st inning, about 4 hours ago, Escobar doubled and scored on a base hit from Eric Hosmer. In the 8th inning, he gave the Royals an insurance run with a base hit to right, scoring Dyson, and the Royals took a 2-0 lead into the 9th inning. But the Braves scored 2, and here we are. Ground ball, base hit left field. A 4-hit game for Alcides Escobar. That ties his career high, the 8th time he has done that as a big leaguer.
Nice pitch to Handle out over the plate. Got his bat head out. Way to start out this 13th inning for the Royals.
Alex pulls it foul. 2 years ago, Royals salute to the Negro Leagues. Alex Gordon hit 2 home runs. And it was suggested to me by a member of our crew, I won't call him out, but he said he's going to do it again today. Now, if he does that, I think that would be some sort of a record because he hasn't homered yet.
That's true.
So how can he hit 2 home runs today and we're in the 13th inning? I'll let you think about that one for a while.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
He had 4 hits and 6 RBIs in that game. And that pitch is low, 1 ball and 1 strike. But those are the things that come up when you've played 13 innings.
Hey, we'll take 1 today.
Yeah. Alex, by the way, is 1 for 3 in the past against this pitcher with a single. Breaking ball, 1-2.
He does a sweeping breaking ball from O'Flaherty. Wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't try to expand the strike zone this time.
Change is in the dirt. We mentioned this in game 1 of the series that the Braves in a rebuilding phase, the veterans that they have used to fill out this roster are either played in this organization before or they have some ties to the area. Alex is down on strikes and there's 1 away. Eric O'Flaherty came up through the Mariners organization but had some really good years with the Braves. And while the Royals for a few years have had some combination of a 3-headed monster at the back end of their bullpen, at one time the Braves had Eric O'Flaherty, Johnny Venters, and Craig Kimbrell. That's how they got through the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. One on, one out to Eric Hosmer. Slice toward the left field corner and out of play.
Well, Ryan, back to the point you made a couple of innings ago. Very important for hitters to go to the plate with the same approach. Pitching, hitting, same thing. You have to stay within yourself. Try to do what you can do based on what the pitcher or the hitter is going to give you the chance.
He swung. Eric's not happy about it, and that pitch was nowhere near the strike zone. Now he's got to be careful.
Yeah, I think Eric Hosmer was hopeful he was going to get some help on the appeal.
Escobar runs and Hosmer grounds it to Freeman. So an out, but the Royals do get the winning run into scoring position. So Kendrys Morales is coming up, and you'd love to see him hit from the right side. He has great numbers from that side, but once again, Freddie Gonzalez is well aware of that. So O'Flaherty is out, and Jason Grilli is in, forcing Morales to bat left-handed. Winning run at second base, 2 outs, tie game, bottom of the 13th. has a chance to win it here with Alcides Escobar at second base and 2 down. And Freddie Gonzalez will bring on Jason Grilli. Grilli got the final out of last night's game. 2 outs, 9th inning, 5-run game and a man on, and Grilli came on and got Salvador Perez to line out to center field. Alcides Escobar opened the inning with a single and was running when Hosmer grounded out for the 2nd out. Way outside, ball 1.
Grilli has an excellent slider. I know that's a pitch that he's thrown a lot over the course of his career. Could be what the doctor ordered here for Morales. I know that everybody's been trying to go hard away against Morales because it seems like he has that hole in a swing down and away, but maybe he'll get a slider, can turn something around down the right field line.
Ooh, man, that's a pitch when he is right. He puts into the Pepsi porch in right field.
Yeah, that was a really good pitch to hit. Just a slider that was out in the middle part of the plate.
Now Morales is 0 for 5 today, and that's dropped his batting average under 200. But in his last at bat, he lined to left, and he's also basically flied to the wall in deep right field. So he's had 2 good swings. And the count is 1-2. He has also struck out twice on pitches down and well out of the strike zone. Kendrys has 3 career plate appearances against Grilli, so not a lot of experience. 0 for 2 with a walk. Fought it off. Kendrys' last walk-off hit was against his old team. Sunday night game. And Ben Zobrist coming around to score. August 16th of last year. He has 5 career walk-off hits. One of them was a walk-off grand slam, and that was the play when he wrecked his ankle. That's the pitch he's been chasing, so maybe a sign that he's seeing the ball better, picking up the rotation better.
Would love to see him get another pitch back in the middle part of that strike zone on that hanging breaking ball that he just missed. I think it's the 3rd pitch of the plate appearance here.
We'll do it again.
Going to stay hard on Kendrys Morales with the fastball in.
Royals are 3 out of 10 with a runner in scoring position today. And that crossed up Flowers. 3-2. Don't they usually go out and talk about it when you get crossed up?
Well, Flowers just looked down in disgust, like, what's going on here? Looking for a fastball, and he got a breaking ball.
I guess if they don't talk it over, that's the catcher's way of saying that he forgot what sign he put down, right?
A lot of things happen in the 13th inning of a game.
Because I think if Flowers was thinking, okay, what's Grilli thinking? That's not the pitch I was expecting. You go out and talk about it, but you're right. It's the 13th inning, and there are times where pitcher's concentration will fade. What did Grilli do? Well, sometimes a pitcher or a catcher will put a sign down and then maybe starts thinking about something else and forgets what he put down and then realizes, okay, that was my fault. Morales, center field, deep, long run for Smith. It is gone! Kendrys Morales! A 2-run walk-off home run. How about that for breaking out of a slump? In lucky inning number 13, the Royals win it 4-2. Well, Monty, he had flied to the wall in right field. He had lined to left. I guess all he had to do is hit the ball hard to center field. And the Royals take the series.
And that's such a welcome sight for Kendrys Morales. He needed that more than anybody on this team to do something spectacular to walk off this Braves loss. Wasn't a bad pitch. Down in the strike zone. I think Grilli knew it as soon as he hit it. Touch them all.
Every angle looks good to me.
It all looks pretty good. It sounds good to me, too. The way that ball exploded off Kendrys Morales' bat. Not much of a doubt.
Let's go down to Joel.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Finally, it is over. Salvador Perez has caught 13. And now he'll do that. All right, Kendrys, long day. Tell us about that home run.
Un día largo, dile algo de jonrón.
Bueno, ya me había ido de 5-0, ¿no? Y traté de ser agresivo en ese bate.
0 for 5 day, all he wanted to do was just get a good pitch to hit and be aggressive.
They've been trying to get you to turn around to the left side over and over again, and that's where the struggles have been. What's your approach at that point as you try to get out of the slump?
Ellos estaban tratando de el día entero ponerte a batear a la zurda. ¿Cuál era el approach tuyo en ese turno?
Bueno, mientras más veces al bate yo voy ahora es mucho mejor para mí, ¿no? Para ajustarme más rápido. Y nada, ojalá y sigan haciendo lo mismo.
The more at bats he gets left-handed, the better he's going to feel. He's just got to continue to work.
What's the feeling like there? Everybody's tired, just wanting to go home and trying to be the hero.
¿Cómo tú te sentiste? Que todo el mundo está cansado, lo que quería todo el mundo irse por la casa y tú que eres el héroe.
No, me siento bastante contento, ¿no? Pero teníamos buena armonía ahí dentro del clubhouse. No habíamos guindado todavía los guantes, ¿no? Y estábamos peleando, ¿sí?
We were fighting all game long. The team stuck together, and thank God he was able to get it done.
Last thing, it was getting close to the point of maybe a Drew Butera or someone pitching. 9 different pitchers. Pedro's laughing because that's one of your catchers. But, I mean, how important, too, was it just to try to get this done? 9 different pitchers.
9 pitches que ya faltaba, no había más pitches, que lo que quedaba era Butera allá atrás, que tú pensabas la importancia de esa carrera en ese momento.
Bueno, traté de dar lo máximo ahí, pero si hacía falta, hasta los cargabates iban a pichar ahí.
He was trying to do his best to get that run in, but at that point, even the bat boy is going to have to pitch.
Great job, Kendrys.
Thank you.
Kendrys Morales, Pedro Grifol, and a nice standing ovation from those still left here at Kauffman Stadium. Ryan?
Well, it was worth the wait. It took 4 hours and 16 minutes, but it doesn't seem that long when it ends this way. Kendrys Morales with a walk-off home run And the Royals win it in 13 innings. Off of Jason Grilli, who came on to face Morales, to force him to bat left-handed. So Escobar and Morales score. The Royals win it. And the Royals, knowing about his history, saying slow down, easy on home plate. So the Royals take the series, and Pedro takes the ice bucket. We'll be right back.